Chapter 11:19. Sir, please spare Zhuge Hutu's life. On the other side, Wu Jueqing struggled and shouted, "If I don't understand this matter, I won't be able to die in peace." Wu Jueqing was extremely miserable. Lured out by the Dharma Supreme, he fought with Ning Tianya and was then lured here to preside over the array. He was supposed to be the core of some array, but in the end, his original soul was extracted here. This made Wu Jueqing almost want to commit suicide. Was he really that stupid? First, he was used by that sword master of tribulations until he died, and he did it willingly. Then, he was used by the Dharma Supreme until he died, and he did it willingly. Wu Jueqing was extremely furious. The Dharma Supreme's sneak attack was extremely solid. He gathered all his cultivation in his palms and struck hard, fearing that Wu Jueqing would take revenge on him if he didn't die. Wu Jueqing's dantian was destroyed, his meridians were torn, his spine was shattered, more than 10 of his ribs were broken, and even his hip bone was shattered. If it had been anyone else, even Ning Tianya, they would have died immediately under such circumstances. But Wu Jueqing actually didn't die, just couldn't get up from the ground. If he could get up, Wu Jueqing would have pounced on him long ago. The peerless Wu Jueqing, in this slaying of the Tao battle, without using his morning wind divine technique, without using his flowing cloud sword technique, and without even having the time to use his trump card, the sword intent, he was already crippled. And it was an internal conflict. This matter really made one sigh. Heavens will really make a fool out of people. To think that it was like this. You want to ask? Zi Sheqing kicked Zhuge Hutu over. For the sake of your ancestors, hurry up if you want to ask. Wu Jueqing tried hard to raise his head, enduring the pain of being cut into pieces. He asked, Zhuge Hutu, you tell me about this array. Zhuge Hutu was stubborn. He said, you were deceived by the Dharma Supreme, but wasn't I also deceived by him? And I even became a scapegoat? Wu Jueqing looked straight at him. The array. Zhuge Hutu said, the great nebulous sky-splitting array of heavenly secrets has always required an 8th-grade supreme martial artist's natal soul to operate. Once the array is completed and ends, the 8th-grade supreme martial artist's natal soul will completely dissipate. He himself would also die. This is the reason why we, the Zhuge clan, rarely use this formation even though we have it. After all, no one would be willing to waste an 8th-grade supreme martial artist. Zhuge Hutu said indifferently, as for this time, it was the Dharma Supreme who said that Lord Wu is going to sacrifice himself for 2 Dao. Haha. Naturally, we won't say anything. Wu Jueqing's eyes widened. Sacrifice for the slaying of the Tao? Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood and cried out, Dharma Supreme. Fuck your mother. His eyelids rolled back, and he fainted. Wu Jueqing had been brought up in a strict family ever since he was young, so he rarely used vulgarities. But this time, he was so angry that he didn't even bother to choose his words carefully. Kill yourselves. Zi Sheqing looked at Yi Di and the rest and said slowly. The faces of Yi Di and the rest were ashen. This Lord Zi was indeed unwilling to let them off. Wait, Bu Luqing said. Lord Zi, please wait. I think it's better to keep these people alive. In today's battle, they were all wiped out. Without anyone to send a message back to retrieve them, the remaining members of the clan will inevitably stir up trouble. Wu Jueqing said indifferently, what trouble can there be? Just kill them all over there. The thunder in the sky was getting closer and closer. Zi Sheqing looked up and said, Bu Luqing and I are leaving now. There's no time to waste with them. Feng Yuro, Yu Lingxue, the 2 of you bring Wu Jueqing back. Let Chu Yang treat Wu Jueqing. After all, he is the descendant of my old friend. It's best that he doesn't die if possible. Take care of yourselves. As she spoke, she raised her hand and slapped Zhuge Hutu's head. Then, she kicked repeatedly. Yi Di, Xiao Sei, Qing Chou and Ling Fengyun were kicked into smithereens. Bu Luqing and Feng, and you didn't have time to say anything. They saw a purple cloud coming from the horizon at high speed. In the heavy snow, it could actually be seen clearly from thousands of miles away. Zi Sheqing let out a long howl. Without waiting for the purple cloud to arrive, she shouted, Take care. Farewell. Suddenly, she leaped up. The graceful figure in white reached a height of 1,000 feet in the air. She recited, "If we meet again in the clouds, I invite you to sweep away the fallen flowers in Jiangnan." She opened her hands and shouted, "Open!" With a rip, the sky was torn open. Zixieqing entered in a flash. They could vaguely hear continuous tearing sounds. Then, they heard a delicate cry from the clouds. "I'm going." And she disappeared without a trace. The Feng and Utrio and Wu Jueqing were all shocked and stunned. At this moment, Wu Jueqing only wanted to smash a few bricks on his own head. Damn it! How crazy must he be to participate in the slaying of Tao battle of this great Tao expert? How was this an ordinary great Tao expert? She was clearly a great Tao expert who had reached the realm of tearing apart the void and traveling freely. He was really gutsy. The purple cloud in the sky had already reached the top of their heads with the faint sound of thunder. Buluqing seemed to have sensed something. He smiled slightly and took out a ring. "This is something I prepared for my disciple, Qingguo. Second brother, please pass it to her when you go back." Yu Lingxue received the ring in a daze. He said, "Big brother, you, take care." Bu Liuqing's nostalgic gaze swept across the land. He shook his head and chuckled. "I don't want to go, but I want to go. I really don't want to go, but I have no choice. Haha, I'll be up there, scouting the path for you guys first. When you guys come, you can take care of each other. When you see old Ning, tell him that I've been fighting for the title of #1 in the world for 14,000 years. Actually, I've long known that I'm not as good as him. However, I've won this time. Haha, I'll be up there waiting for him to come and settle the score with me." Before Bu Luqing finished, a purple light had already descended from the clouds. A muffled voice shouted from the purple cloud, "Who shattered the void? Who opened the great Tao?" Bu Luqing raised his head and shouted, "It's me." That voice said coldly, "It's you. Since you've opened the door to the great Tao, why aren't you following me?" A purple light descended from the clouds. With a swoosh, it landed in front of Bu Luqing and actually turned into a purple cloud ladder. It continued to climb upwards, its height and distance unknown. Bu Luqing cupped his hands and floated up the cloud ladder. Yu Lingxue and Feng Yuro shouted at the same time, "Big brother, take care." Before he could finish his sentence, the purple staircase disappeared with a swoosh. Bu Luqing disappeared along with it. Immediately after, that purple cloud even circled in the air for a while, as if it was searching for something. It refused to leave for a long time. Moonbreeze and the rest all knew that it was looking for Zixieqing. However, Zixieqing had already left. Even if it was very resourceful, where could it go to find her? After searching for a long time without any results, that purple cloud finally left. Bu Luqing stayed on the purple cloud, but felt that he was already isolated from the world. He wanted to look down, but he couldn't see anything. All he could see was purple. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh and closed his eyes. He didn't know what kind of world was beyond that heaven. Yu Lingxue and Feng Yuro cupped their hands and stood solemnly, watching Bu Luqing leave. Both of them suddenly sighed. "Brother Bu going alone, I really don't know whether it's a blessing or a curse." Feng Yuro's eyes were a little red. "For so many years, I didn't have such a sincere brother to take care of me. Now, I just had one, and he's gone again." Yu Lingxue said emotionally, "That's right. I've always thought that Brother Bu was cold and heartless, but once I got to know him, I realized that Brother Bu is such a loyal and righteous man. Let's go back." Feng Yuro stood for a while and said softly. Both of them were seriously injured, but Zixieqing gave them the incomplete version of the heavy elixir the moment she arrived. The heavy elixir circulated in their dantian and merged with the primordial purple vapor in their bodies. Now, they could barely move. Of course, if they wanted to go into battle now, it would take a long time. The loss of life foundation and life force of a peak-level supreme martial artist was not something that could be compensated with an incomplete version of the heavy elixir. The two of them came to Wu Jueqing's side. Wu Jueqing's eyes were tightly shut, tears rolling down his cheeks. "Lord Wu, if you can still hold on, I'll carry you back." Yu Lingxue said apologetically, "This place is remote. We can only find a carriage after we go down the mountain." Please bear with it for a while. Wu Jueqing's spine and hip bones were shattered. He couldn't move at all. If Yu Lingxue carried him back, just this journey alone would be enough for Wu Jueqing to die 100 times. Wu Jueqing gritted his teeth and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you and your wife. Please understand, I can't die now. If I don't take revenge on the Dharma Supreme, I won't be able to die in peace." Yu Lingxue nodded understandingly. They could totally empathize with Wu Jueqing's grievance, because, in these 10,000 years, the two of them had been deceived like this. Yu Lingxue regulated her breathing for a while and felt that she had regained some strength. Then, she peeled off a few pieces of clothing from the corpse on the ground and made a soft bag out of it. She tried her best not to hurt Wu Jueqing's back before carefully carrying him up. Their thoughts were very simple. Since Wu Jueqing had a huge feud with the Dharma Supreme now, then they would be on the same side in the future. Having such a helper was also not bad. Although the two of them were gentle, Wu Jueqing's injuries were really so severe that they couldn't be any worse. His bones had already shattered to the point where they were about to turn into dust. The moment they moved, he still let out a muffled groan and fainted, then woke up and fainted again. Just by moving to the soft bag, he had already fainted 7 to 8 times. Once he woke up, he started to curse the Dharma Supreme with gritted teeth. Feng Yuro's face flushed red at his filthy words. However, he knew that he was relying on this deep hatred to sustain his life. If he stopped cursing, he would probably die right after that. The two of them carefully lifted the bag and slowly walked down the mountain. 3 peak-level experts and above hurried on their way. Now, their speed was even slower than that of an ordinary person. At this moment, the battle in Tianji City had already turned the sky upside down. Originally, I was very depressed, but when I opened the group chat, I choked on my water. There were 8 groups in Pride, and each group was filled with Yuan Fong and the Lord. After looking at the chat history, I laughed so hard that my stomach hurt. Below, I'll post a few words from the 3 groups. Don't be impatient, it's too funny, haha. Eternal Sword Saint, Yuan Fong, what do you think about the monthly votes? Wendying Suya, Lord, I think the monthly votes are in short supply. Yu Luoing Dai, Yuan Fong, do you still have the monthly votes? Eternal Sword Saint, Lord, I just saw it. I just spent one. Torrential Waves, Yuan Fong, vote quickly. Eternal Sword Saint, yes, Lord, I have voted. Yu Luoing Dai, Yuan Fong, you are indeed an obedient child. Torrential Waves, Dog Ant. Dog Ant. Wendying Suya, Yuan Fong, what do you think of Dog Ant? Yu Luoing Dai, Lord, I think that Lang Lang has gone crazy on Buji Island. Request for leave, Xiaoxiang Yiyu. What do you think of this, Yuan Fong? Eternal Sword Saint, I think that Lang Lang has not gone crazy, it's just epilepsy. Request for leave, Xiaoxiang Yiyu. General is right, request for leave, Xiaoxiang Yiyu. Grandpa Dao? Where is Grandpa Dao? Torrential Waves, Yuan Fong, have you seen the second update? I was sweating profusely. Chapter 1120. Orchard Palace. Ever since Zi Sheqing left, Chu Yang had been organizing the battle. An intense arrangement. There was a total of people in the Orchard Palace. Chu Yang, Wu Qianqian, Mo Qingwu, Dong Wushang, Rui Budong, Mo Lei Meng Chaoran, Chu Lu and the unconscious Yi Chuchen. Chu Yang had just broken through a few days ago and was a 7th grade sword saint. Dong Wushang had just broken through to become a 7th grade saber saint. Rui Budong was a 5th grade martial saint. Mo Lei was a 7th grade martial saint. Wu Qianqian was a 2nd grade martial saint. Mo Qingwu was a 1st grade martial saint. Chu Lu was a 3rd grade martial saint, but her actual combat experience, not to mention. Among all of them, the weakest in battle was Chu Yang's master, Meng Chaoran, 1st grade martial saint. Furthermore, he had broken through using the Tianyi divine technique during this period of time. One had to admit that this was a very uncomfortable thing, especially the person involved, Meng Chaoran, who should be even more uncomfortable. However, Meng Chaoran was calm and composed. He didn't feel uncomfortable at all. It was as if he had long since become accustomed to this matter and did not take it to heart in the slightest. This kind of self-restraint made the juniors admire him endlessly. After all, not everyone could face such awkwardness. The first arrangement that Chu Yang made was to use his trump card. Chu Yang's trump card was, of course, Chu Lu-er. Chu Lu-er's poison techniques had already reached the martial saint level. Naturally, she had no actual combat experience at all. As for using poison to harm others, that was even more so the first time in her life. But she had Chu Yang by her side. There was also a sword spirit in Chu Yang's body. With these three added together, the power was almost comparable to Wu Jueqing's. What was more terrifying was that Chu Yang now had poisons that even Wu Jueqing couldn't compare to. Almost all the strange poisons in the world were under Chu Yang's control. The poisonous non of the poisonous flood dragon, the poisonous non of the human face rainbow spider, the toxicity of the black blood poisonous core vine. Anyway, other than the lust poison of the lust dragon, there were other poisons. Chu Yang contributed all of them to deal with the biggest crisis of his life this time. The entire orchard palace had 3 layers inside and outside. Chu Yang instructed Chu Lu-er to use her 10,000 poisons mystic technique to set up several lines of defense. Shadowless poison, colorless poison, odorless poison, mixed poison, and so on. Especially outside Yi Chuchen's room, a few more layers of poison were added from the top to the ground and from the inside to the outside. These poisons were basically useless against supreme beings because of their protective yuan qi. He could get rid of all poisons. But for those below supreme martial artist, that would be a big deal. All in all, when Chu Lu-er finally stopped, her poison technique had already been exhausted 3 times. Once it was exhausted, he ate the incomplete version of the heavy pill and did it again. The little girl was so tired that her face was blue and her lips were white. Of course, Chu Yang didn't stay idle while he was arranging the poison technique. He took Wu Qinxian and Rui Bu Tong with him. Mo Qingwu, Meng Chao Ran, Mo Lei and Dong Wushang's weapons were all kept away and tempered again. If a worker wants to do his job well, he must first sharpen his tools. Everything was done. The sky was slowly turning bright. Chu Yang divided them into groups. Meng Chaoran, Wu Qianqian, Mo Lei Chu Lu-er, Mo Qingwu, and Yi Chuchen. They didn't need to care about anything else. And only himself, Dong Wushang, and Rui Bu Tong would face the incoming enemies. Under Dong Wushang's suggestion and Rui Bu Tong's strong request, Rui Bu Tong took charge of the first line of defense, the main door. This guy, Rui Bu Tong, who was only a 5th-grade martial saint, was used as a sharp knife. Rui Bu Tong rubbed his fists and said shamelessly, "Unless they don't come today, as long as they do, I will die at least 3 times. Raise my skills. Let them see how good I am at stealing." This sentence made Chu Yang, Dong Wushang, and Mo Lei speechless to the extreme. The snow in the sky continued to fall endlessly. It was as if heaven and earth were quiet, full of peace and tranquility. Finally, in the white snow, the sound of footsteps could be heard from afar. People in all kinds of clothes came from afar. They were densely packed and each of them had a serious look on their faces. There were dozens of people in each team. The Yi clan in black, the Shao clan in green, the Long clan in green, the Ling clan in white, the Shi clan in light green, the clan in purple, and the Zhuge clan in sackcloth. The Qin clan in yellow. The people from the 8 super clans arrived heavily, as if a huge mountain was pressing down on them. The leader of the Yi clan was Yi Sei, a 3rd-grade supreme martial artist. These people were also led by him. He was the only supreme martial artist in the whole team. The other supreme martial artists had already rushed to Mount Xingyun to slay the Dao. Yi Sei had insisted on coming personally to kill Meng Gain, so he stayed behind. Yi Shiyu shrank at the very back of the Yi clan team, looking somewhat helpless. The Shao clan was led by an 8th-grade martial saint. Elder Shao had already died in the previous battle. It was the same for the Long clan and the Ling clan. The leader of the Ling clan was Meng Sei. The leader of the Shi clan was an elder of the Shi clan called Shi Tianzhao. The leader of the Zhuge clan was naturally Zhuge Changchang. The Qin clan had been slaughtered once. This time, there was no elder of the next generation to lead the team. With everyone gathered together, the Yi clan was naturally the most powerful one. The Zhuge clan, as the host, was ranked 2nd. The Shi clan was led by a direct descendant, and was ranked third and fourth. The other four clans were actually just hired thugs in this battle. Is such a battle worthy of us mobilizing such a large force? Shi Tianzhao muttered with some dissatisfaction. There isn't even a single expert. I heard that Chu Yang is only a first-grade monarch. Look at all of us. He turned his head back and waved his hand in a circle. Then, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. The weakest among us is a second-grade monarch. Anyone who goes in will be able to defeat us. Zhuge Changchang smiled lightly. Brother Shi, do you mean that the Shi clan is enough for everything? Shi Tianzhao nodded. I think that I alone am enough. The rest of the clans can really sit by the side and drink tea or something. Then, Brother Shi, do you mean that all the credit this time will be given to you alone? Zhuge Changchang's eyelids twitched. Shi Tianzhao snorted. He didn't speak anymore. Zhuge Changchang's words. It also revealed the reason why the clans were willing to lower themselves and sent so many people to deal with Chu Yang. Chu Yang's strength wasn't much, but it represented a powerful new force. In order to deal with Chu Yang's force, more than 700 supreme martial artists were mobilized. How could the word powerful describe it? Although there were supreme martial artists over there, the real key was here. Because Chu Yang was the core of these people, so Chu Yang's death was of great importance. It was definitely a great contribution. Such a great contribution. Who would be willing to fall behind? Seeing that they had already arrived at the Orchard Palace, everyone started arguing again about who should make the first move. Everyone wanted to make the first move because everyone was confident that no matter who made the first move, the others wouldn't have the chance to make the first move. At this moment, the door of the Orchard Palace opened. A skinny man walked out from the door, holding a dagger that shone with a cold light. He stood in front of the door and grinned at the crowd, saying, "Fuck your ancestors, they really came." This sentence immediately caused everyone to be stunned, and at the same time, their bellies to explode from anger. They had never seen such an asshole. He didn't even ask for the purpose of his visit and directly started cursing. Although they did come with bad intentions. Who are you? Shi Tianzhao was the first to speak. My surname is Rue. Rue Budong pursed his lips and suddenly raised his head to shout, "Awoo awoo." Everyone was stunned. This asshole, was he a wolf that became a demon? Just as they thought this, they heard Rue Budong suddenly change his voice and roar. Dog ant, dog ant. Shi Tianzhao was puzzled. What was wrong with this guy? What she did not know was that Chu Yang and Dong Wushang, who were in the Orchard Palace, had a knowing and warm smile on their faces when they heard the cry, "Awoo, dog ant." What Rue Budong was imitating now was Luo Kidi and GMO. It seemed that this thief god Rue was missing some of his brothers. He actually started to imitate their habits in front of the enemy. After Rue Budong finished shouting, his aura suddenly changed. He became elegant and confident, smiling faintly. With his hands behind his back, he took 2 steady steps. His eyes shone with wisdom as he said, "No matter how many troops you have, I only need one trick to defeat you." Inside, Chu Yang smiled. "Mo Tianji." Dong Wushang laughed. Shi Tianzhao said angrily, "What the hell are you doing?" Rue Budong straightened his body and suddenly became tall and straight. He was lonely and cold, sharp and awe-inspiring. His eyes looked at Shi Tianzhao like the tip of a sword. He coldly flicked his sword and recited slowly, "One sword to the peak, life and death, victory and defeat vanish in a blink of an eye. Where can there be a soulmate in the world? When I want to look back, I've already forgotten all about her." This time, inside, Chu Yang and Dong Wushang didn't smile. Instead, they revealed deep longing. Gu Duxing. However, the people of the 8 great clans opposite Rue Budong were all stunned. This guy, what was going on? After coming out, he scolded and then changed into 4 different forms and 4 different tones. Was he singing an opera? Rue Budong stretched out his fingers and made a flower-picking smile gesture. He looked at his fingers gently and said affectionately, "When the viburnum flowers bloom, all the other flowers wither." Suddenly, his expression changed again. He became proud and arrogant, lofty and domineering. He shouted, "Who in the world doesn't know me? The evil duke?" Shi Tianzhao said mockingly, So it's the evil Duke. Evil indeed. Evil as if you're crazy. Rue Butong laughed. Suddenly, he stroked his hair coquettishly and looked at himself in the mirror. But he raised his eyes, one high and one low. His lips turned up and he asked Shi Tianzhao very seriously, "Do you think I'm handsome? Am I very handsome?" When he said this, even Meng Chaoran couldn't help but laugh. Chu Yang and Dong Wushang slapped their thighs and laughed. This voice was vivid and lifelike. It was Tan Tan's extremely narcissistic voice. On the opposite side, even Yi Sei, a third-grade supreme martial artist, was dumbfounded. Everyone sighed inwardly. How unlucky. They came to kill the enemy with a murderous aura, but they met a lunatic the moment they arrived. At this moment, the lunatic opposite shouted, "Brothers, let's kill the enemy together. Let's fight." Good news. The world-defying heavens has opened a group. The group number is 138482689. The administrators are all in place. Students who want to join the group, please do so quickly. Come and join the world-defying heavens with us. Take note, do not join the group repeatedly. Otherwise, there will be no point in us opening more groups. New students, the world-defying heavens welcomes you. Gee. Just like the title of the chapter, it's already the end of the month. Brothers, let's fight. Requesting monthly votes. Gee. To be continued. Chapter 11:21. After Rue Butong finished, he suddenly smiled at Shi Tianzhao. "What's your name?" Shi Tianzhao was startled and said, "Shi Tianzhao." Rue Butong nodded slowly and said, "Shi Tianzhao? Yes, I know. Go to hell." He rushed over with his sword. Shi Tianzhao and the rest had already seen that although this person in front of them was a little crazy, he was indeed an expert. He was at least a martial saint, so they were all secretly on guard. But they didn't expect him to attack without any warning. A moment ago, he was still pretending to be crazy, and the next moment, he was asking for their names. Then, he attacked. The blade on the other side was cold. Shi Tianzhao quickly retreated. Behind him, the two middle martial saints immediately went forward. Two clangs were heard as they unsheathed their swords, with a hint of sarcasm on their faces. Both of them had higher cultivation than Rue Butong, so they could see at a glance that this guy who was rushing over was only a fifth-grade martial saint. To the two of them, it was a piece of cake. Rue Butong rushed forward with a loud roar. His voice was loud and his body was strange. He had a tragic style of, "Even if I die, I'll drag someone down with me." The two middle martial saints fiercely thrust out their swords. The sword light trembled and a ray of white light flashed across the sky. Rue Butong rushed over, his short sword meeting the two long swords without fear. The two middle martial saints had a cruel look in their eyes. A fifth-grade martial saint actually dared to fight a middle martial saint? He must be tired of living. Watch how we kill you with one strike. The people around them were all people with good eyesight. They knew that they couldn't lose this battle. They all crossed their arms and watched with smiles, as if they were watching two big bad wolves ravaging a little white rabbit. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the three swords crossed. Two long and one short. Two sharp sounds rang out, as if a sharp sword had chopped off two thin pieces of wood. Under the incredulous gazes of the two saint-level experts, the two swords were split into 4 pieces in an instant. Then, Rue Butong's short sword ruthlessly slashed across their throats like a venomous dragon. Blood spurted out. Rue Butong rushed into the crowd without a word. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. This was truly a sudden and unexpected development. No one had expected that the short sword in Rue Butong's hand would be such a divine weapon that could sever iron and chop iron. Not only were the two middle martial saints caught off guard, the people behind him were basically watching the show with crossed arms. Who knew that there would be such a sudden turn of events? Two martial saint-level experts facing a fifth-grade martial saint were actually killed without even being able to withstand a single blow. Caught off guard, Rue Butong rushed into the crowd. This was really a tiger into a flock of sheep. Uploads update. Originally, they were definitely not so weak. But now, a series of screams rang out. Rue Budong's short sword slashed the throats of 7 or 8 people and stabbed into the hearts of 5 people. There were also a few who dodged quickly, but Rue Budong chopped off their arms and legs. Swoosh! In the pure white snow, it suddenly appeared to be a bright color. Swoosh! Swoosh! Rue Budong. Finally, he was stopped and trapped in a tight encirclement. Shirtian Zhao managed to escape with his life. His entire body was drenched in cold sweat, and he was terrified. If it wasn't for the 2 Saint-level experts from his clan blocking the attack and him retreating to the side, he would have been cut into 7 or 8 pieces by now. Still in shock, he shouted crazily, "Attack together! Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! He. Needless to say, the other experts had already swarmed forward, attacking with sabers, swords, fists, and palms. Rue Budong shouted and fought crazily, exchanging injuries for injuries. "Since I've come out, I don't plan to go back alive. Kill, kill, kill." Almost in the blink of an eye, his body was covered in blood. He had lost count of how many swords he had taken. The few martial saints attacked together. They attacked crazily. With a bang, Rue Budong attacked. He actually stretched out his hand and broke his short sword into 2 pieces. He laughed loudly. "I'd rather die than give you this sword. I'll destroy it." Before he finished his words, he was already thrown into the air like a ball. Blood gushed out of his body, and he was no longer breathing. This was exactly what everyone was thinking. Who wouldn't covet such a divine weapon? Who would have thought that this guy would be so ruthless? He actually destroyed this sword when he knew that he was no match for them and that he would die? He was really a bastard to the extreme. The martial saints rushed forward in exasperation. With a few bangs, Rue Budong's body was beaten into a pile of minced meat. However, his sudden attack had actually killed 23 experts and crippled 5 of them. In the Orchard Palace, although Chu Yang knew that Rue Budong had the ability to not die, he was still furious and almost wanted to rush out. Dong Wusheng held him down. "It's okay." Seeing that Rue Budong was dead, Shirtian Zhao and the others couldn't hold back anymore. They roared, "Charge in! Kill Chu Yang!" Everyone roared, and the various clans rushed over like a tidal wave. With a bang, the door was kicked open. Some of them even flew into the sky. The Orchard Palace wasn't big, but it was filled with people in an instant. Only the people from the clan and the Yi clan didn't bother to fight and stayed outside. The next moment, bangs, bangs, bangs. All the people who flew in from the sky and were experts below 8th grade martial saints suddenly fell down like dumplings. When they landed on the ground, they were no longer breathing. Those who rushed in from the ground, those with lower cultivation, also swayed and suddenly fell down. Then, their bodies turned purple and they stopped breathing. Everyone was shocked. "Poison! Damn it! Retreat!" Everyone retreated like a tide. Shirtian Zhao, Zhuge Changchang, and the others had treasures that could prevent poison, so they were not poisoned. However, they were so scared that they almost lost control of their bladder. There were more than 500 people who came, and almost 400 of them rushed in. Now, there were less than 50 people who came out. 350 people. Just like that, they lay on the snowy ground of the Orchard Palace. There were clothes of all colors, and they just lay there with hideous faces. They were no longer breathing. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a tall and sturdy young man suddenly appeared in the Orchard Palace. The moment he appeared, it was as if a majestic mountain had appeared. Just by standing there, his innate heroic aura was undoubtedly displayed. His right hand was holding a large black saber that was upside down. He raised his head and looked outside the door. As if he didn't see the people outside, he walked slowly to the people lying in the courtyard. Suddenly, he raised his hand and spat on his palm. He muttered to himself, "Boss said that to prove the enemy's death, it's best to cut off his head and see if he can still move." He raised his broadsword and chopped off the head of a corpse in green on the ground. Then, his body danced and turned into a flash of lightning. In the courtyard, more than 300 corpses were beheaded one by one. Then, he kicked them one by one. More than 300 heads were piled up in the courtyard. It was a tall pile, After finishing all this, he suddenly stroked his broadsword and laughed loudly. With a broadsword in hand, I can chop off the head of a martial saint with a smile. How delightful, delightful. Outside the door, Shi Tianzhao and the others were so angry that their eyes almost popped out. Just as they were about to reprimand him, there were a few bangs. The few 7th-grade martial saints who had followed them out swayed and fell down. Then, more and more people fell to the ground. Among the people who had rushed in, those who had retreated and fell down, there were actually close to 30 people. Everyone's face turned purple. After twitching a few times, they stopped breathing. A few 7th-grade martial saints struggled in pain for a long time before they stopped breathing. Their cultivations were profound, but they couldn't withstand the effects of dozens of poisons that Chu Yang had carefully arranged. From the time they rushed in through the gate to the courtyard, they had already been poisoned at least 3 times, and 1 time was mixed poison. They had persevered and ran out, but they were already poisoned. They couldn't hold on any longer. Now, only 24 people from the few big clans who had rushed in were still standing. These people were all grade 8 martial saints and above. Every one of them had enough cultivation to resist the poisonous fog. However, when 350 people were reduced to 24 people in an instant, this huge contrast almost caused everyone to collapse. The sudden change caused everyone's bodies to tremble. Snowflakes hit their faces, chilling them to the bone. Everyone also felt that their hearts were as cold as the snowflakes. There was fear in their eyes. What kind of poison was this? So domineering? Everyone looked at the courtyard with chills running down their spines. However, they didn't notice that behind them, there was a corpse that was almost minced meat, emitting a faint red light. After Dong Wushang finished chopping off the heads, he took a few steps forward and stabbed the blade into the ground of the courtyard. With both hands on the hilt, he raised his head to look at the crowd outside the door. A powerful aura emanated from his body just like that. Suddenly, he roared, "Who's here to die?" Along with this loud shout, a strand of fierce saber intent suddenly tore through the sky. An 8th-grade martial saint from the Lan clan collided with this sharp saber intent. He only felt a tightness in his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. Yi Shiyu's face was solemn. He muttered, "Saber saint, at least 7th grade. Meng Se sighed. When I first met him in the 3 heavens, he was only a saber emperor. Now, he's already a saint. At that time, I already felt that this person's future was limitless and tried my best to invite him. However, the law enforcement officers beat me to it. I didn't expect his advancement to be so terrifying." Right at this moment, Yisei of the Yi family took a step forward and opened his arms. With a loud boom, the surrounding walls of the orchard palace collapsed neatly. Bricks and stones flew out in all directions, and the place became a flat piece of land. His hands continued to dance in the air. Suddenly, a strong wind blew. The strong wind swept the snowflakes into the orchard palace, blowing away all the corpses and heads in the courtyard along with the thick layer of snow. They all disappeared. It was all clean. Everyone's eyes lit up. After this, no matter how powerful the poison fog was, it should have been blown away, right? Second update. Continue to write, begging for votes. I'm so helpless. I'm only a few dozen votes away. Chapter 11:22. The corners of Yisei's lips curled up in a cold smile. His hands danced about, stirring up strong winds that cleaned up the orchard palace just like that. Uploads and updates. Even the flower racks and stone tables in the courtyard were nowhere to be found. The wind continued to blow for the time it took for an incense stick to burn. Dong Wushang leaned on his saber with both hands, unmoving. His clothes fluttered in the wind, but the saber intent in his eyes remained the same, and the saber aura around him was awe-inspiring, towering like a mountain, majestic and unmoving. In the room, Meng Chaoran praised, "Wushang's bearing is natural. He's truly an unparalleled hero." A proud smile appeared in Imo Lei-er's eyes. She pursed her lips and smiled. Chu Lu-er, on the other hand, was trembling a little. There was pride, fear, unease, and excitement in her eyes. Her 2 little fists clenched tightly. "Big brother, did I kill all those people?" Chu Yang replied, "That's right. It's all thanks to Lure." As he spoke, he carefully observed the little girl's expression, but he sighed inwardly. Poison is really powerful. If hundreds of martial saint experts were to fight with their lives on the line, who knew what kind of consequences would be caused? However, with Chu Luer's cooperation with him, all the damage was done. She died here without a sound. Poison techniques were indeed extremely powerful. No wonder it was easy to learn but hard to master. In this world, there were countless people who cultivated and used poison throughout their lives. But from ancient times until now, there was only one poison Dr. Wu Jueqing whose name shook the world. And now, there was another Chu Luer. They are all bad people. Chu Luer's body trembled a little, but her eyes gradually calmed down. She said, "Big brother, I was right to kill them." Chu Yang tightly grasped her little hand and said, "Yes, you're right. Because, if you didn't kill them, they would have killed us. It was Luer who protected us." Chu Luer finally smiled happily, pride appearing on her face. Yisei finally stopped. He grabbed at the air casually. With a scream, he grabbed a person out of nowhere and threw him in. That person let out a scream and landed on the ground in the Orchard Palace. He trembled all over and sat on the ground. He looked around in horror, as if he didn't understand why he was here. This person. It was obvious that they were ordinary people who lived nearby and had just suffered, captured by darkness for experiments. Anger appeared in Chu Yang's eyes. He said indifferently, "This bastard really doesn't take human life seriously. If he wants to experiment, he can just come in himself. Why should he involve ordinary people who don't know martial arts?" Meng Chao Ran faintly smiled. Have the people of the big clans ever treated the ordinary people of the upper three heavens as human beings? Killing intent flashed in Chu Yang's eyes. At this moment, the person in the courtyard finally came to his senses. With a scream, he scrambled to run away. He shouted, "There's a ghost! There's a ghost!" Along the way he ran, he tripped. He lost control of his bowels. His bowels were dripping all the way. Finally, he managed to escape. Outside, Yisei let out a cold laugh, his hands behind his back. He said indifferently, "There's no more poison." This was something that everyone could see. Their expressions were extremely ugly. Yisei's words were clearly criticizing the various clans for being too reckless. Shi Tianzhao said, "Lord Yisei, our clans have suffered too many losses. How about Lord Yisei arrange for your two clans to attack in the next wave?" Meng Sei smiled faintly and glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. "You're not going to fight for credit anymore?" Shi Tianzhao's face flushed and then turned pale. He said no more. So many people had been poisoned to death just now, and now a saber saint had appeared. He wasn't someone to be trifled with either. And the main character, Chu Yang, hadn't appeared yet. What if he went up and all his men were dead before Chu Yang could kill him? What would he use to fight for credit? That was bullshit. "Yi Shiyu, bring some men and charge in," Yisei ordered indifferently. Yi Shiyu said indifferently, "My cultivation is shallow. I can't only know how to fight in such a big battle. I'd better watch and wait outside." For some reason, there was a strange thought in Yi Shiyu's heart. He really didn't want to make an enemy out of Chu Yang. Moreover, he had a vague feeling that if he made an enemy out of Chu Yang, he would definitely die a tragic death. Right now, although Yisei's seniority in the Yi clan was respected, he was from a side branch. Yi Shiyu, on the other hand, was from the direct bloodline. Now that Yisei was using his seniority to order him around, Yi Shiyu took the opportunity to hide at the side. In a big clan, there was a fundamental difference in status between a direct bloodline descendant and a side branch descendant. Yisei didn't have the right to order Yi Shiyu around at all. Fury flashed in Yisei's eyes, but he didn't say anything more. He shouted, "Go in." With a wave of his hand, Meng Sei waved his hand at the same time and sighed. "I wanted to make a few good friends, but I didn't expect things to escalate to such an extent." The people of the Yi clan also charged in with a loud boom. Only 7 to 8 martial saint experts, Yisei, Meng Sei, Yi Shiyu and the others were left behind. In the courtyard, Dong Wushang raised his head abruptly. 2 sharp rays of saber light shot out from his eyes. Laughing loudly, he shouted, "You made me wait so bitterly." Suddenly, he charged forward. Like a huge mountain, he started to move. His dark saber was still stuck in the ground. As he charged forward, the dark saber plowed a deep mark on the ground. It was as if a crack had opened up in the earth as he charged forward. In an instant, he had charged right up to an 8th-grade martial saint expert of the Yi clan. With a loud shout, Dong Wushang's dark saber shot up into the air. A black thunderbolt came crashing down just like that. That person let out a loud roar and raised his sword to meet the attack. With a deafening boom, the few 1st-grade and 2nd-grade martial saints who were about to surround Dong Wushang were knocked to the ground by this loud boom. Blood spurted out of their mouths. Dong Wushang had actually used the back of his saber to smash down this blow. With a loud boom, the sword in this martial saint expert's hand was shattered into pieces. His right hand was also shattered into pieces. Yet Dong Wushang's dark saber came crashing down from above without any obstruction. The back of the saber smashed onto this person's head. With a smack, it was as if a piece of tofu had been smashed into pieces. Cracking sounds rang out. All the bones in this person's body, starting from his head, were shattered. His body went limp like mud. With a loud shout, Dong Wushang raised his dark saber. This time, he used the edge of the saber. With a horizontal slash, he charged into the crowd like a mad tiger. With one slash, no matter who the opponent was, they were sent flying backward with broken bones and tendons. With the next slash, another 3 people were cut in half at the waist. Dong Wushang strode forward. Stepping on a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, he was still bold and powerful. With a loud shout, he said, "Is this all the people from the big clans can do?" The saber came crashing down. With a whoosh, it turned into a black whirlwind. It dashed left and right in the crowd, sweeping everything in its path. Everywhere it went, there were screams of agony. The saint-level experts below the lower grade did not even have the power to fight back when facing the saber saint. They were all killed as if they were chopped vegetables. With a loud shout, Dong Wushang stepped on the corpses and blood and began to charge back with big strides. The ground was already full of pools of blood. With each step, blood splattered several feet. The more than 10 people who had already charged in were pursued by him. In an instant, the ground was littered with dead and injured people. Dong Wushang rushed to the innermost area. Suddenly, he turned around, raised his dark saber, and pointed it forward. Behind him, more than 40 people were charging over. When he turned around and raised his saber, they were so frightened that they stopped in their tracks. The people behind couldn't stop in time and crashed into the people in front of them. Dong Wushang pointed his saber forward. The tip of the saber drooped slightly. A stream of blood formed a line and flowed down the tip of the saber. The corners of his mouth slowly curled up into a cold smile. He said calmly, "Who else doesn't want to live anymore?" The opposite side was actually silent. Close to 100 people had rushed over, and Dong Wushang had actually killed more than 50 of them. More than half. "Looks like we don't have to do anything?" Emole was a little eager to try. Most of those who rushed over are below the 8th grade. The real experts haven't made a move yet. Chu Young looked at the 30-odd people standing far away outside the door and said, "Those are the real opponents. In other words, our real danger hasn't arrived yet." Emole took a breath and said, "For more than a year, Wushang has always had me accompanying him in his battles. Right now, I really want to go out and fight alongside him." Chu Yang smiled and said, "If you go out now, you'll weaken Wushang's aura instead." Meng Chaoran nodded in agreement and said, "Right now, Dong Wushang has successfully created a heroic spirit that can defeat thousands of soldiers with a saber in hand. This kind of heroic spirit is the most intimidating. You're a woman. If you go out now, you'll let the iron blood be tainted with gentleness and make the enemies feel that such a Dong Wushang isn't scary." Emole sighed and said, "I see." How could Emole not understand this logic? But now that she saw Dong Wushang fighting alone, her heart was always in a panic. At this moment, Dong Wushang had already charged again. His black clothes and black hair fluttered behind him. His dark saber was like an ink-colored lightning, charging toward the 40-odd people who had already entered the courtyard. Shouts and battle cries instantly rang out. With 3 charges, he actually slaughtered all these people. The whole courtyard was covered in blood. The strange thing was that there were still 30 people left outside. Every one of these 30 people was a lower-level martial saint expert, but they actually didn't charge in. They just watched as Dong Wushang killed people. It's such a pity to kill such a heroic figure. Meng Se looked at Dong Wushang's peerlessly powerful appearance in admiration. If he wants to die, he'll need experts to accompany him in death. Yisei snorted and said, "The reason I stopped reinforcements is not to let these people accompany him in death. This old man doesn't have such laughable thoughts of sympathizing with each other." Meng Se said angrily, "Then why did you stop them from attacking?" There was a kind of melancholy in his voice that said, "I originally wanted to be with the moon, but the moon illuminated the ditch instead." Drive. Yisei said dispassionately, "This person is a 7th-grade saber saint. As everyone knows, the saber and sword saints can kill people above their level. In fact, when this 7th-grade saber saint is at his peak, even if he can kill a 1st-grade supreme martial artist, I won't be an exception either." This chapter has a 4th update. Double the amount owed. This is really killing me. Please get monthly votes. I'm going to continue writing. I'm just a few dozen votes away. Brothers and sisters, before the 4th update comes out, can we surpass him? Can we? Gee. To be continued. Chapter 11:23. Dreamsei asked, "Oh?" Yisei sneered. Previously, his aura was already natural and unstoppable. At a time like this, even a 3rd-grade supreme martial artist like me would have to pay a price to take him down. As for these martial saints, if they had gone up, they would have been killed by him one by one. No one would have been spared. Book friend upload update. Therefore, at a time like this, we'll just send some people for him to kill. Let him kill to his heart's content. After he's done, if we don't go in, he won't come out either. Naturally, he'll rest. Once he rests, his drive will be gone." Yisei went on dispassionately, "At that time, we'll only need a few martial saints to take him down." Dreamsei was rather flabbergasted. "That's what you're thinking? You're really not cherishing heroes for heroes." "What heroes?" Yisei said crudely, "Heroes all die too quickly." Dreamsei was so angry that he couldn't speak. "You're just letting these people die under his blade like this, just to wear down his drive. You also know that if you were to take action, even if you had to pay a price, it would be a small price to pay. But in order not to pay this small price, you're even willing to let 100 people die in the hands of others?" Yisei said indifferently, "Duke, let me give you a piece of advice here. Your talent and aptitude are all top-notch, but in your clan, you're only a 3rd duke and not a grand duke. This is because of the order of arrival. Your young age is also one of the reasons. But secondly, and most importantly, you don't have the bearing of a superior." Dreamsei was so angry that he laughed instead. "What bearing of a superior?" "The bearing of a superior is to be vicious and merciless. What should be used, and what should be abandoned, should be abandoned." Yisei lectured, "At a critical moment, abandon 100 people. 1,000 people, and protect one person. This person must have the value of being protected. For example, in a situation like this, like me. I'm a 3rd-grade supreme martial artist. At first glance, it's just a small injury. To me, it doesn't matter. But if the enemy is strong, at a critical moment, I can leave. I can pass on information and rush to both sides. I can return alive and bring back the news that the clan needs. If I get injured while protecting them, then there's a possibility that I'll be caught along with them. The clan was still kept in the dark. It's an unjust case. Just a small injury can cause such an outcome. Completely different." Yisei said dispassionately, "Therefore, I'd rather sacrifice the lives of these 100-odd people than use my cultivation to go head-on against the sharp aura of a saber saint whose aura has already become invincible. That's stupidity." Yisei looked at Meng Se and said, "Third young master, your greatest flaw is that you value relationships and loyalty." Meng Se gritted his teeth and wanted to scold him, but he didn't know why. He lowered his head and began to think. Was it wrong to be loyal and righteous? Dong Wushang had already finished killing. He leaned on his saber and stood in the center of the courtyard, looking coldly at the opposite side. His heavy breathing had already slowly calmed down. During this period, many people were eager to give it a try. Their eyes were bloodshot as they wanted to kill this great enemy of theirs, but they were all stopped by Yi Sei at this time. Let him rest. Rest and let his breathing stabilize. On the surface, he looks like he has recovered from his fatigue, but in reality, he has lost all his sharp aura. In a battle between experts of this level, aura is very important. After a while, Dong Wushang's breathing finally stabilized. However, everyone could clearly sense that the invincible sharpness in him had already somewhat disappeared. With his hands behind his back, Yisei took a close look at Dong Wushang and said dispassionately, "All martial saints, attack together and kill Dong Wushang. This old man will hold the line and personally capture and kill Chu Yang and Meng Guan." Everyone shouted and charged forward. Right at this moment, something unexpected happened. A figure covered in blood quietly stood up and stuck close to the back of the crowd, suddenly attacking fiercely. After a few screams, everyone turned around in shock. There was a person in front of them, his entire head and face covered in blood and dirt. He had already pulled out a shiny short sword from the back of another martial saint and was about to stab it into the heart of another martial saint who had just turned around in shock. Seeing that everyone had turned to look at him, this person broke into laughter. "Oh woo, dog ant. All of you are so silly. It feels so good to be killed by me. Wahaha." For a moment, everyone was so angry that they almost passed out. Rue Budong. This bastard wasn't dead. He was actually playing dead. All he did was play dead, and 5 martial saints had been destroyed by him just like that. By right, martial saint experts basically all had a certain level of self-healing ability. Especially when they were attacked by an enemy of a lower level than them, there was basically no chance of them being killed in one blow. But for some reason, all the experts who were attacked by this thief all died an unnatural death without exception. Everyone was so full of grievances that they actually didn't notice that the current Rue Budong was no longer a 5th-grade martial saint, but a 7th-grade martial saint. Rue Budong laughed maniacally. "A bunch of idiots, ha ha ha. To think they let me off just like that, actually thinking that I'm dead just because I've collapsed. To think that they can be considered a big clan to be so careless against the enemy. Waha, I'm dying of laughter." Everyone was momentarily confused. Was that really the case? Those who had participated in the siege of Rue Budong were basically all dead, and there was actually no one to confront them now. Trash. Yisei was so angry that he also cursed loudly. In a flash, he came to a dead middle-grade martial saint. With a wave of his hand, the chest of this martial saint was immediately opened up. Seeing the injuries inside, Yisei couldn't help but gasp. The heart of this middle-grade martial saint had already turned into a pile of charcoal. It actually looked like it had been burned by fire. Yisei stood up, his pupils constricting as he looked at Rue Budong. "What kind of martial arts are you practicing?" Yisei also knew a few types of fire-type martial arts, but this was the first time in his life that a low-level expert could sneak up on a high-level expert and even burn him to death without any external signs of injury. Rue Budong seemed to be about to slip away. Hearing that, he smiled and said, "Why? Am I awesome? Aren't you a little envious? Do you want to learn? Do you want to learn?" He laughed maniacally. "If you want to learn, then kneel down and kowtow. Acknowledge me as your master and I will naturally teach you a set of martial arts that will allow you to dominate the world. It will benefit you for life. Come, come, my disciple. Your master will be waiting here." He straightened his back and protruded his belly. In this manner, as if he had already become Yisei's teacher, he even took out a piece of purple crystal. He waved his hand. "Your master has even prepared a greeting gift." Murderous intent surged in Yisei's eyes. He suddenly leaped up. At an unparalleled speed, he was right in front of Rue Budong in an instant, smacking his palm viciously toward his chest. Rue Budong let out a loud cry, desperately thrusting his short sword forward. With a snap, the short sword broke. Rue Budong's body flew out like a kite with a broken string. Blood sprayed out in midair, and even his internal organs were spat out in chunks. He flew several hundred feet and landed on the ground. After rolling a couple of times, he stopped moving. His entire body was almost completely smashed. If you survive this time, I'll call you master. Issei snorted coldly, retracting his palm back into his sleeve. He shouted coldly, "Go! Kill Dong Wushang." Everyone found it rather comical. You, a third-grade supreme martial artist, had already smashed someone to pieces with your full strength. How could you possibly survive? Only then did everyone roar and charge inside. Opposite, Dong Wushang stood up abruptly, not evading at all. He charged head-on. Only Meng Se was a little surprised. Looking at the place where Rue Batong had died, he thought to himself, he also had a short sword like this in his hand just now. Where is it now? Turning to look, he saw that in another place covered in blood, there was also a short sword that had already broken into two pieces. So he had two such divine weapons, murmured Meng Se. Over there, it was as if heavenly lightning had collided with earthly fire. Issei's guess was right. Dong Wushang had charged out in a spurt of energy. After resting, although he had recovered his stamina, his spirit had already diminished. At this moment, although he was still as mighty as ever, it was as if he had sunk into a swamp, somewhat unable to cope. After all of these people were second-grade martial saints who were 2 grades higher than him. He struck down 2 of them the moment he came up, and then he fell into a tough battle. A long howl, a sword in tint suddenly permeated the air. As if a king had descended, the whole world prostrated before him. A clear and bright sword chime rang out in the air. It was majestic and majestic, shaking the sky. All the swordsmen's swords suddenly rose uncontrollably at the same time, letting out a loud and clear sword chime. It was as if the lowly commoners had suddenly seen their king and were prostrating themselves before him. Dong Wushang's saber, however, was unaffected. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, he abruptly brandished his saber and slashed fiercely. How could all the experts have imagined that not only was there a saber saint hidden here, there was even a sword saint? They were all caught off guard at this moment. Dong Wushang had struck down 3 second-grade martial saints in one go. A brilliant sword light flew out from the room, like a shocking rainbow. In a flash, it reached the crowd in the midst of the chaotic battle. With a few cracking sounds, several martial saint experts were sliced in half at the waist along with their swords. The sword light circled one round and finally landed. Everyone took a step back and looked over. They saw a young man holding a long sword. His clothes were as black as ink, and there was a smile on his face as he stood in front of them. The tip of the long sword in his hand was still dripping with blood. Chu Yang? Everyone was shocked. For a moment, they almost couldn't believe their eyes. Chu Yang, wasn't he a first-grade martial monarch? When did he actually become a sword saint? Chu Yang smiled lightly. That's me. Greetings, everyone. It's rare that you're here as a guest so early in the morning. Your hospitality is truly commendable. Here as a guest? Looking at the bloodstains all over the floor and the corpses and broken limbs, everyone was speechless for a moment. Chu Yang, so you're a sword saint. Good, good, good. So many people have been deceived by you. Why did you hide your strength for so long? Issei couldn't help but feel a little furious. How did Chu Yang suddenly become a sword saint? This was too freaking strange. 4th update, 5th update to make up for what you owe. I'll be able to make up for it tomorrow, and I'll be able to explode with righteousness. Gee, I'll go out and get some medicine. 4th update today. Sigh, what a mess. The deputy moderator passed by Lai Wu on his way back to his hometown and dropped off a box of Liang pears for me. It's indeed delicious. I ate 4 yesterday and 5 today. Then, I ran around while typing at night. I'll stop my stomach before I eat. Otherwise, it'll be such a waste. I beg for monthly votes. To be continued. Chapter 11:24. Everyone was rather stunned and puzzled. Chu Yang's monarch-level cultivation was something that even the Dharma Supreme had confirmed before. Now, He had suddenly become a sword saint. This kind of increase in speed was indeed somewhat inconceivable. It wasn't strange for them to be mistaken, but could the Dharma Supreme be mistaken as well? Right at this moment, Yisei's question was heard. Why have you hidden your strength for so long? Everyone was on their guard at once. This Chu Yang was so patient. He must be up to something big. Chu Yang smiled lightly and said, I hid my strength so that I could kill some people who were kept in the dark by me at a time like this. Yisei, hundreds of you came, and yet you're blaming me for hiding my strength? How old are you? Yisei blushed. He was about to speak when Chu Yang said, You're at least a few thousand years old this year, right? Logically speaking, even if you don't know them, you should have some knowledge. Even if you don't have any knowledge, you should at least have some common sense, right? You actually asked such a question when two armies are facing off in a battle of life and death. I have to say, your thousands of years of supreme martial artist cultivation plus your age, have you been fucking living like a dog? You obviously want to kill me, yet I still have to expose my strength in front of you? How utterly ridiculous. The door opened. Apart from Meng Chaoran and Imo Qingwu who stayed in the room according to the plan, everyone else walked out. Wu Qianqian, Imo Lei Chu Lu 3 female generals. 2 were dressed in black, and 1 was dressed in white. After spending such a long time with Zi Sheqing, Chu Lu was indeed marked by the company she kept. She had a soft spot for white. Chu Yang had bought her countless colorful clothes. She didn't care about any of them. This made Chu Yang, her big brother, rather anxious and helpless. Now, the enemy's original 30 martial saints were only left with 18. And on Chu Yang's side, it seemed that they only lost Rue Butong. Yisei nodded fiercely, a fierce glint in his eyes. Good, what a sharp tongue. Chu Yang, it's a pity that no matter if you're a first-grade monarch or a sword saint, you can't escape death today. He waved his hand. He shouted, Go, take down all of them, dead or alive. At his command, the 18 martial saints rushed forward at the same time. Chu Yang seemed to be casually pacing back and forth as he spoke. He tried his best to taunt him, but he had taken a few steps closer without leaving a trace. He had already deviated from his original distance and direction. At that moment, when he saw the enemy charging at him, he swiftly turned around. Everyone thought that he was going to escape. However, Chu Yang's silhouette changed a few times like a ghost. Then, it turned into a group of virtual shadows. Book friend upload update and awe-inspiring sword chi suddenly exploded in the air. The position was actually beside Shi Tianzhao. The Shi family felt that something was amiss, but it was too late. Shi Tianzhao was originally standing very far away. He was only responsible for directing and watching the battle, but Chu Yang was the first one to find him. When the sword light flashed in front of his eyes, the sword light behind Chu Yang was only 50 feet away from Chu Yang, and the distance between Chu Yang and him was less than 40 feet. Shi Tianzhao didn't expect that the enemy would target him first when he chose the safest position. Alarmed, he turned around and fled. He didn't even dare to parry. If he parried with all his might, although he wasn't Chu Yang's match, he could at least buy some time and he wouldn't die. But he didn't even turn around and leave. He wanted to rely on the Shi family's magical martial arts to escape with his life. But he didn't know that Chu Yang, the king of hell, was most proud of his martial arts. And Chu Yang knew all the Shi family's martial arts. With a flash of sword light, he stood directly in the path that he had to pass through. He shouted, Bones as high as a mountain in my palm. With a bang, the sword light suddenly exploded. The dazzling sword light turned into a huge palm and grabbed Shi Tianzhao, who was panicking in front of him. With a few sounds, Shi Tianzhao screamed, Save me. Before he could finish his sentence, his 4 limbs had already left his body. In the next moment, a large head also flew into the air. The remaining 4 martial saints of the Shi clan felt as if they were struck by lightning at this moment. They roared in grief and indignation, Young master. Chu Yang was already charging toward them coldly on his sword light. Don't call me young master. You're crying for help on the way to the Yellow Springs. If you're really loyal to him, kill yourself now and quickly go down to serve him. The 4 of them roared and rushed toward Chu Yang at the same time. In the Orchard Palace, a great battle broke out. Wu Qianqian, Dong Wushang, Chu Lo and Mo Lei were surrounded by 14 martial saints, who were attacking them in a frenzy. Dong Wushang's black saber was like a dragon, blocking them. Chu Lo shouldn't have come out, but when Mo Lei and Wu Qianqian came out, the little girl also quietly followed them out. At this moment, she was under the attack of an enemy and was in danger. Issei shouted, "The Dharma Supreme has instructed not to kill these two little girls for the time being. He wants them alive." One of the martial saints saw an opportunity. Taking advantage of Chu Lu's wretched state while she was dodging the attacks of the others, he grabbed her by the shoulder and laughed sinisterly. "Little girl, come over here." Ah! Suddenly, the countenance of this martial saint expert changed drastically. His face turned green in an instant, and he let go of Chu Lu's shoulder. Chu Lu took the opportunity to escape. Another person was behind this martial saint expert. When he saw that his body had suddenly stiffened, he hurried over and patted his shoulder. "What the hell are you doing? Why aren't you moving?" Before he could finish his sentence, he also let out an "ah" and stood rooted to the spot. His face turned green for a moment, and then there was no more sound. The reason why Chu Lu came out was because she had covered herself with poison and had even channeled the power of the poisonous pill of the human face rainbow spider onto the surface of her body. Apart from the fact that Chu Lu couldn't force this poison out of her body with her current cultivation, it could be considered the most powerful poison technique at the moment. That person suddenly grabbed her shoulder and poisoned her. His entire body immediately stiffened. Another person came over and patted his shoulder. He was poisoned as well. A figure flashed. Wu Qianqian, who was dressed in black, dodged left and right and came over to take care of Chu Lu. When she saw that these two people were actually standing still, she slashed her sword at them without thinking. Swoosh! Fresh blood splattered, and two heads flew into the air. Wu Qianqian was shocked. It wasn't that Wu Qianqian had never killed before. On the contrary, she had definitely killed many people. But what surprised her the most was that she had slashed out with her sword. She clearly saw that these two people's eyeballs seemed to have moved, but they didn't dodge at all. She had actually beheaded two martial saints with a single slash of her sword. When did she become so powerful? Chu Lu was still in shock. Seeing that Wu Qianqian was so mighty and powerful as she killed two martial saints with a single slash of her sword, she couldn't help but clap her hands in joy. "Sister Qianqian, you're so capable." Wu Qianqian was so surprised that she almost wanted to scratch her head. She forced herself to control herself and pulled Chu Lu to one side. At this moment, Dong Wushang suddenly let out a long howl. His dark saber rolled and turned into a huge black wave. He directly activated the human saber unity and started to fight with all his might. Chu Yang roared, blood waves under the sword. His long sword soared into the air like a silver dragon and rushed forward in the air. As he shouted, "The world of mortals is heartless," two of the four martial saints of the Shi clan screamed at the same time. Their bodies were stirred into a rain of blood. A few more wounds were added to Chu Yang's body. The pressure on Dong Wushang increased. He directly activated the human saber unity. In the midst of the rolling black wave, someone suddenly screamed and went silent. Then, Dong Wushang's dark saber slashed over and a ball of meat paste was formed. Then, the other few people also screamed and were directly chopped into pieces by Dong Wushang's dark saber. Dong Wushang's human saber unity actually killed 4 martial saints consecutively. The pressure on the surroundings was greatly reduced. 18 saint-level experts. After a few rounds, there were 8 of them. This made everyone feel incredulous. Even Dong Wushang himself was so bewildered that he almost fainted. He was very strong, and Dong Wushang had never underestimated himself. But he wasn't strong to the extent that he was actually this strong. In a battle of life and death, he actually effortlessly killed several martial saints consecutively. Then, could it be that these low-grade saint-level experts were all eating cabbages? There was a moment of silence. Issei didn't expect this either. At this moment, Issei, Meng Se and Zhuge Changchang all widened their eyes in shock. It couldn't be, right? Even if the other side had the saber and sword saints, their men were martial saints after all. 18 martial saints against 2 7th-grade saber and sword saints had actually lost 10 of them like a whirlwind. How could they have died so quickly? But the truth was right in front of them. They couldn't deny it. The remaining 8 people retreated in shock. Looking at the messy corpses on the ground, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. A chill ran down their spines, and a sense of fear rose in their hearts. No one was afraid of being killed in battle, but to die so mysteriously and clearly not from poison, that was just too puzzling. All of this was inconceivable. What's going on? Issei frowned and took a few steps forward, glaring fiercely at Chu Yang. Chu Yang shrugged and said, "Who knows what's going on with them? Maybe they've lived for too long and are already tired of this mortal world." As he spoke, King of Hell Chu said compassionately, "Good. As the saying goes, the mortal world is the path of heartlessness. Early release is better than anything else. So it's my sword that awakened the desire in their hearts like the evening drum and morning bell. That's why they died calmly and faced death with a smile. They've seen through life and death and attained the great Tao." Issei was so angry that his nose was almost crooked. What kind of bullshit explanation was this? Right at this moment, another series of tragic cries suddenly rang out. Issei turned back to look and couldn't help but widen his eyes in anger. Of the remaining 8 low-grade martial saints, the heads of 4 of them had popped up from their necks and 4 pillars of blood shot up into the air at the same time. Their heads had actually been chopped off. Behind them, a man covered in blood and grime, holding a short sword and looking at him with a grin. He said, "Didn't you say that as long as I come back to life, you'll call me Dad? Call me Dad." Begging for votes. I want to be number 1 no matter what. I'll continue to write, calling for everyone's support. Gee, to be continued. Chapter 11:25. Issei almost fainted. This hateful fellow before him with a wretched look on his face was none other than Rue Batong. He actually came back to life at such a critical moment. Issei stared at Rue Batong as though he wanted to eat him alive. Out of the 500 people who had come here, only 4 low-grade martial saints and himself, the leader, were left. Including Zhuge Changchang, Meng Se, and Yi Shiyu. There were only 8 of them left, and the other party was actually still alive. And this fellow in front of him actually appeared right before his eyes again, alive and kicking. At this moment, Issei was so furious that he almost wanted to die. Opposite him, Rue Batong was still jumping around, clamoring, "Issei, your father is right here. Why aren't you calling me father? You unfilial son. Hurry up and call me father. Call me father." With a loud crack, Issei ground one of his teeth so hard that it broke. This was absolutely intolerable, but this was something he had said himself. Now that someone had something against him, there was nothing he could do. Chu Yang burst into laughter. "Batong, congratulations on taking in a 3rd-grade supreme martial artist. Ha ha ha. This is really something worth celebrating." With a loud roar, Issei charged toward Rue Batong and struck out a palm. Rue Batong laughed and actually didn't dodge at all. Instead, he struck out with his own palm as well. The wind from his palm carried with it scorching heat. With a loud bang, the 2 palms collided in midair. Rue Batong let out a muffled grunt and rolled out like a rubber ball, continuously rolling for a distance of 100 to 80 feet. He kept vomiting blood, yet he actually raised his head from the ground. "You hit your father just like that? You traitor! How dare you be so unfilial? How dare you betray your own master?" Issei roared furiously and charged over again. Right at this moment, Chu Yang and Dong Wushang exchanged glances at the same time. The 2 of them flew up at the same time. Sword Saint, Saber Saint, man and sword as one, man and saber as one. Silently, they shot toward Issei. In the sky, a faint white figure appeared. At the speed of light, it also charged toward Issei, completely invisible to the naked eye. Issei was just about to make his move when he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, as though something terrifying was about to happen. He hastily dodged to the side. A white figure flashed past his eyes with a whoosh. With a chi sound, a line of blood appeared on his throat. The knight was horrified. Who were they? How could he have such speed? Turning his head, he saw a saber gleam as large as a mountain and a sword gleam as large as an ocean. One saber and one sword were surging toward him. Issei let out a loud cry, his long sword striking out swiftly. There was a clang. The long sword was cut in half by Chu Yang's sword, and the remaining half was chopped into pieces by Dong Wushang's saber. However, the strong energy attached to it made the two men groan miserably at the same time, and their bodies tumbled backwards. Issei didn't move at all. He casually tossed his sword aside and flew over to grab the two of them. His heart was already filled with hatred. He must kill these juniors. But at this moment, he suddenly felt a numbing itch on his throat. After feeling the numbness, it suddenly turned into an unbearable itch. It was as if there were tens of thousands of ants crawling in his bone marrow. Issei couldn't help but reach out to scratch it. However, this scratch made a tearing sound. He tore off a piece of flesh from his throat. It was dripping with blood. Even at this stage, it didn't stop the itch. Instead, it became even more itchy. But Issei didn't dare to scratch anymore. He knew that he had probably been poisoned. If he scratched again, he might just break his own throat. But he was extremely puzzled. When had he been poisoned? What kind of poison could actually poison a supreme martial artist? Right at this moment, the white figure flashed again. Issei was enraged. He raised his palm, which abruptly turned into a mountain in midair and came crashing down. With a chi sound, a white figure darted out from the edge of his palm at an extremely fast speed. What is that? Issei resisted the extreme itchiness, held back the urge to scream and scream madly. With extreme fury and terror, he shouted, "Come out!" The white figure flashed and landed on Chu Yang's shoulder. Issei took a closer look. On Chu Yang's shoulder was a small animal that was only half the size of a palm. It was snow white all over, petite and adorable and furry. By the looks of it, it definitely didn't weigh half a kilogram. Right now, it was looking at him very disdainfully with its two small, sparkling eyes. It reached out a petite and adorable little paw that wasn't even half the size of a little finger and combed its own beard. There was actually a sense of complacency in its demeanor. Windfox. Issei's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He shouted, "Impossible! How can a tiny little windfox possibly hurt me? Ordinary windfoxes may not be able to, but this one is different." Chu Yang pulled the windfox from his shoulder and held it in the palm of his hand. Then, he sneered, "The windfox's innate talent is limited. Generally, it's already a great fortune for a spirit beast to become a grade 1 spirit beast. But this windfox, hee, very cooperatively, the windfox stood upright in Chu Yang's palm and made an awe-inspiring pose. Its two little front paws were akimbo, its gaze arrogant and insufferably arrogant. "What's wrong with this windfox?" asked Issei furiously. "Go, let him have a look." Chu Yang tossed the windfox out. With a squeak, the windfox's snow-white body flew out. In midair, it suddenly expanded abruptly and turned into a huge fox that was almost half the size of a courtyard. This fox was snow-white all over, but its eyes were like purple gemstones, shining brightly. Although its body had become incomparably huge, it still gave off the feeling of being petite and adorable. On this windfox's tail, there were 4 big furry tails that were swaying gently like 4 big fans. On the other side, there was a 5th big tail that was already half grown out. It was furry and a little short, but it was also swaying. It was really adorable. The moment the windfox revealed its true form, it instantly covered a distance of several feet and bit off the necks of the remaining 4 martial saints one by one. Then, it used its claws to pick up a big clump of snow on the ground. Slowly, it wiped its mouth and teeth. After wiping it clean, it actually opened its mouth and exhaled. Then, it sniffed a few times with its little nose, as if checking if there was any smell of blood in its mouth. In summary, this was a windfox that loved cleanliness very much. 4 tails? 4.5? Issei's eyes bulged out at once. This time, he almost forgot about the numbness and itchiness in his throat. How is this possible? What's so impossible about this? Chu Yang looked at him sympathetically. This wind fox is a 12th grade beginner spirit beast. Isn't it very easy for it to launch a sneak attack on you when you're caught off guard? Issei's face was ashen, his body also starting to tremble. Impossible, the wind fox is not poisonous. What kind of poison can poison a supreme martial artist? This is absolutely impossible. Chu Yang said mockingly. Of course the wind fox is not poisonous. The poison on its claws is naturally smeared on. No poison can poison a supreme martial artist? Chu Yang sneered. Supreme martial artist Yi, have you heard of innate poison? Innate poison? Upon hearing these words, Issei was finally disheartened, a look of despair coming over his face. As a third-grade supreme martial artist, how could he not know how powerful innate poison was? Chu Yang kept him on rambling, but he was also observing his expression and reaction. The more he spoke, the better. Didn't you not understand? I'll explain it to you in detail. The more time passes, the faster your poison will take effect. The wind fox. It was Chu Yang's greatest defensive trump card this time. The wind fox was already a 5th-grade spirit beast in the northern wastelands of the upper three heavens. After following Imo Qingwu, it was even more in the limelight. Under the inexhaustible nourishment of various elixirs and resources, it swiftly reached the peak of the 10th grade. Logically speaking, this should have been a bottleneck. But when it followed Imo Qingwu to Tianji City, it swallowed a peak of the 10th grade spirit beast's inner core that Yi Di gave it at the city gates. It actually reached the 11th grade with a whoosh. After finding Chu Yang, when Chu Yang was treating Chu Lu's illness, he used the poisonous core of the human face rainbow spider but didn't use the inner core, which benefited this little fellow. The human face rainbow spider itself was an 11th grade spirit beast. After the wind fox digested the inner core, its strength skyrocketed. It reached the peak of the 11th grade. And after Chu Yang obtained the primordial purple vapor, under Zi Xieching's instigation, he also stuffed a ball of it to this little fellow. This was really bad. The wind fox's advancement from the peak of the 11th grade to the 12th grade was the most important juncture in its life. Originally, it wasn't strange for it to be trapped here for the rest of its life. But a ball of primordial purple vapor directly eliminated this juncture completely. The wind fox rushed up to the 12th grade like a rocket. Now, the wind fox was equivalent to the first 12th grade spirit beast in the land of spirit beasts that had already appeared in the heavens continent. A 12th grade spirit beast, if it was a battle-type one, was enough to fight a 5th grade supreme martial artist. Although the wind fox's specialty wasn't in battle, it was easy to deal with Issei now. The reason why Chu Yang was confident in his arrangements and why Zi Xieching left without worry. Everything originated from the wind fox. This was the fundamental reason. I see. Issei smiled bleakly. He only felt that his throat was getting more and more numb and itchy. Slowly, his entire body started to itch, as if even his skull was already being bitten by thousands of ants. It was so unbearable that he wanted to die. He forced himself to stand up straight, but he felt that his combat power was disappearing bit by bit. His fighting spirit was also dissipating bit by bit. At this moment, the only thing he wanted was to die. Mingyin, come out and kill me. Issei shouted. Don't you want to take revenge? Come on. I'll fulfill your wish. Quickly come out and kill me. Haha. A real man can't die in his own hands no matter what. Come on. Quickly come out and kill me. Issei screamed. The innate poison was spreading in his throat. Once this innate poison from the mother's body was produced and turned into a poison, even a supreme martial artist wouldn't be able to withstand it. Clang! With a sword chime, a shiny sword shot out from inside the window. It was Ling Hanwu's sword. I'll continue to write. There will be more updates. Damn it, I've been having diarrhea these few days. Sigh, I'm really craving for food. I reap what I sow, what else can I say? Everyone, please vote for me. I'm getting closer and closer. My chrysanthemum is itching. Please protect my chrysanthemum. Brothers, the monthly votes are related to my chastity. Everyone, let's work harder. Chapter 11:26. Issei was yelling, his expression pained. But Meng Chaoran, who was in the room, was unhurried. He sat in front of the bed, looking at the half-asleep Yi Chuchen. He let out a long sigh and then shook his head with a smile. Listening to Yisei's yelling outside, Meng Chaoran could totally understand Yisei's agony. He also knew that Yisei's request to kill him was sincere. Meng Chaoran pondered for a moment. Then, he walked to the cupboard and took out a pot of wine, 4 cold dishes, and 2 wine cups. He actually laid out the dishes at a time like this. He placed an empty cup opposite him and filled it with wine. He chuckled and said, "Hanwu, that Yisei is asking me to kill him. What do you think?" He raised the cup and drained it in one gulp. After muttering for a while, he said, "I want to kill him, but it's too easy for me to kill him now." Her. After a long while, he said, "Since that's the case, let your sword go and kill him." Her. "Hanwu, take revenge with your own hands." As he spoke, he grabbed the sheathed sword on the table. With a shake of his hand, the sword came out of the sheath. With a long hum, it flew out like a swimming dragon. Meng Chaoran didn't even look back, nor did he say a word to Yisei opposite him. The sword shot toward him as fast as lightning. It flew over a distance of more than 200 feet, neither its speed nor its force. However, the sword deviated by 30 feet from Yisei. Yisei let out a loud roar. He flipped over and leaped up, using his chest to meet the tip of the sword, which pierced right into Yisei's heart. Yisei looked up at the sky and laughed bitterly. "Mengyin, you're not even willing to kill me with your own hands. You just have to force me to end my life like this. Ha ha ha. Good, good, good." He laughed loudly and shouted, "I'm going to see Ling Hanwu. Take revenge if you have a grudge, and complain if you have a grudge." His body was upright, but he fell on his back. The body of the sword, as clear as water, was stuck in Yisei's chest. It flashed for a moment in the heavy snow, remaining still. A few words seemed to be about to jump out from the body of the sword. Ling Shui and Han Tianwu, Ling Hanwu of the Ling clan. Chu Yang and Dong Wushang watched this scene somewhat solemnly. Yisei was not a good person. His methods were very despicable. But in the end, he faced with death. Instead, he displayed the backbone of a man of Jianghu. He did not beg for his life, but for a quick death. Such an enemy was both hateful and terrifying. The knight is dead. Only Zhuge Changchang, Yi Shiyu, and Meng Sei were left. These 3 people, except for Zhuge Changchang, the others did not make a move. Yi Shiyu stood outside the orchard palace the entire time, not taking a single step in. It could be said that all the dangerous people who could pose a threat to Chu Yang's side had been eliminated. Now, the battle had come to an end. Even Chu Yang, who had a well-thought-out plan. He didn't expect that the battle would end so easily. He didn't know how much brainpower he had put into this plan, but to be able to end it so easily was still beyond his expectations. Now, Chu Yang finally felt that he had grown into a force that could move unhindered in the world. What used to be a powerful enemy was actually now. It was no longer that scary. At this moment, no one would care about how terrifying or powerful the other was. The only thing they cared about was their own life and death. Both sides were separated by several zhang as they stared at each other from afar. No one said a word. A voice came from outside the door. "Brother Chu, can I leave now?" It was Yi Shiyu. Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. "Oh." Yi Shiyu laughed bitterly and said, "From the beginning to the end, I have never intended to be your enemy. I will not go out again after returning to the clan. If Brother Chu is willing to let me go, I will leave. If Brother Chu is unwilling, you can just kill me." Yi Shiyu smiled slightly. "I will fight back and not wait for death, although I am not your match." Chu Yang was silent. Yi Shiyu laughed and cupped his fists. "Goodbye." He turned and walked away. "If you kill me, you must make me stay. If you don't, I will leave." Chu Yang watched as Yi Shiyu's figure disappeared in the snow, but he didn't say or do anything. Since he didn't move, Rui Budong and Dong Wushang naturally didn't move either. They all understood Chu Yang's feelings. Although Yi Shiyu had followed them, he didn't take any action or command. Instead, he withdrew from this mission. It didn't feel right to kill him. Yi Shiyu's figure was about to disappear. Seeing that Chu Yang didn't chase after him, he stopped and turned back. He stared at Chu Yang through the snow and said, Chu Yang, tell Mingane to treat my aunt well. When I return to the clan, I will make some arrangements and go look for medicine for my aunt. Once I find the medicine that can wake her up, I will bring it over no matter how far it is. After saying this, Yishiyu stood quietly for a while. When the snow covered his body again, he sighed and turned to leave. I don't want to be your enemy, not because I am afraid of you. I didn't want to be your enemy in the past because I appreciated you. Now, I don't want to be your enemy because of my aunt. My Aunt Chu-chan is the person who treats me the best. I don't want to be her enemy. Yishiyu didn't say these words. He left. But Chu Yang could understand, especially after he had said those last words. Chu Yang sighed deeply. This transvestite third young master, you could be considered a lover with personality. Brother Chu, we have finally reached this stage. You can rise to the top. Meng Se took a step forward. He looked at the corpses on the ground with a complicated expression and smiled bitterly. Brother, are you leaving? Or are you staying? Chu Yang looked at Meng Se in front of him with some pity. Meng Se smiled lightly and said, Before this, I played my life and boasted that I was the flower protector, protecting all the beauties in the world. But, firstly, it's because I have a tranquil personality. Secondly, it's because I admire beauties and want to see different beauties all the time. But, most importantly, it's because I want to avoid the internal disputes of the family. Meng Se said bitterly, Although Yi Se is dead, he was right about one thing. I don't have the potential to be a leader. I'm not ruthless enough, not sinister enough. I don't know how to sacrifice and give up. I'm like this, Meng Se said quietly. I only want to be comfortable and carefree. That's it. But Yi Se didn't say it completely either. Although I've withdrawn, as long as a leader knows how to give up, from now on, my family and subordinates will be included. There will be a day when he will be abandoned. Just because I don't fight doesn't mean that others won't target me, Meng Se said quietly. So I want to fight. I want to go back. Go back and be a leader, Meng Se said. Chu Yang was silent for a while. Then, he smiled. I wish you success. Meng Se nodded. I hope that when we meet again in the martial world one day, my strength will be able to surpass yours. Chu Yang smiled faintly, all right? If you become my enemy one day, I won't show mercy. I won't either, Meng Se said seriously. He bowed and turned around. He turned around and walked away. His figure was still elegant, but his footsteps were heavier, as if he was deep in thought. From this moment onwards, the flower protector, Meng Se, has died just like that. Meng Se didn't turn back. He didn't smile and said, If you can't even protect yourself, what flower are you protecting? He laughed loudly. Then, a snowflake swirled around him and he disappeared into the vast world. Seeing that Yishiyu and Meng Se had left, Zhuge Changchang couldn't help but feel hopeful. He said, Brother Chu, you don't have to say it. Chu Yang smiled lightly and looked at him. Just because I let the two of them go, you think that I have a good temper? That I'm easy to talk to? Zhuge Changchang's face turned pale. No matter what you say, you will definitely die today, Chu Yang said in disgust. He waved his hand. Wu Shang, kill him. Today, I must kill the two dukes of the Zhuge clan in Tianji City, the headquarters of the Zhuge clan. Good. Dong Wu Shang shouted softly. He pointed his dark saber forward, and a wave of sharp saber energy surged out. Wait. Zhuge Changchang's voice changed. I have important news that you will be very interested in. Don't you want to know? Chu Yang wasn't interested at all. Kill. Wait. Zhuge Changchang was so anxious that sweat appeared on his forehead. He shouted, Chu Fan. He is in our hands now. Chu Luer shouted. Seeing that Dong Wushang was about to attack, Chu Yang hurriedly stopped him. He turned around and stared sharply at Zhuge Changchang. What did you say? Chu Fan is in our hands now. Zhuge Changchang didn't dare to delay. He said hurriedly, I see. You are really from the Chu clan of the Flat Mountain Ridge. Chu Yang's eyes were filled with murderous intent. So what if I am from the Chu clan of the Flat Mountain Ridge? Zhuge Changchang waved his hand. Of course not. I only confirmed your identity. I dare to swear that we didn't do anything. How did my third uncle end up in your hands? Chu Yang asked. After the auction, all the big clans were shocked by your strength. They immediately searched for your information. Zhuge Changcheng knew that if he tried to hide anything, he would be killed immediately. He explained very eloquently. Then, they confirmed your identity overnight. Only 2 days later, the intelligence department at the city gate submitted a name list of people who entered the city. They found out that there was a person named Chu Feiyan who came to buy medicine for his daughter. At that time, we heard that you were also collecting information about the city gate. So, our clan tricked Chu Feiyan into coming to the residence and said that we wanted to sell him medicine. We immediately controlled him. Chu Yang and Chu Luer looked at each other. Chu Luer's lips were trembling and tears were falling from her eyes. At this point, they could basically confirm that the person who came was their third uncle, Chu Feiyan. The medicine banquet was a gathering of all kinds of medicines in the world. It was a gathering of the best medicines in the world. Chu Feiyan had been wandering outside all these years to find medicine for his daughter. How could he miss the medicine banquet? Even if his legs were broken, he would still crawl here. Chu Yang had been collecting information about the city gate, but there was no news about Chu Feiyan. So this was the case. In Tianji City, the Zhuge clan was after all a local tyrant. They had actually controlled Chu Feiyan from the start. This is the third update of the day. Make up for what I owe. I owe you 3 chapters for the double period. I promised to make up for the double period. Today, I have fulfilled my promise. If I continue to write, I will explode. Sigh. When it comes to making up for the chapters, there will always be people who think that it's not considered exploding. So, the monthly votes will be lesser. That's right. You owe us. Make up for it now. Why are you asking for monthly votes? I'm really sad to see this kind of talk again and again. Gee, now that I've made up for it, I'm asking for monthly votes. Brothers and sisters, I need your monthly votes to vote for the world-defying stage. I need it very much. I really need it very much. Monthly votes. I'll continue to write the 4th update. Another thing to explain. The world-defying stage group 138482689 is a VP group with full subscribers. Don't add non-subscribers for the time being. As for our non-VV group for ordinary readers, we are now in the process of establishing it. Due to the fierce competition for monthly votes, the management team has been working hard to raise monthly votes. The monthly votes mainly come from the subscribers. So, although the ordinary readers group has been established, we don't have the time to manage it. So, it's not open for the time being. Everyone, give us some time. Don't be anxious. Sooner or later, our group will become stronger. Chapter 11:28. Rui Butong's sharp teeth sank into the man's calf. His eyes rolled anxiously, looking in Chu Yang's direction. HP. Friend uploaded update. The expression in his eyes was very obvious. Boss. Go quickly. The sharp teeth sank into his body and blood splattered. The man in black couldn't help but groan and curse. Damn it. He exerted strength in his left leg and kicked out. With a bang, Rui Butong spat out blood crazily. Both his arms were broken and all the bones in his body were shattered inch by inch. He flew up hundreds of feet into the sky before he began to fall. In the end, the black-clothed man was stopped by Chu Yang for a moment. His body fell down, and at the same time, his eyes burned with anger. It seemed that he had been provoked. His eyes looked around, looking for Chu Yang. Chu Yang, the one I want to kill is you. Don't let your good brothers die for you. How can you bear to do that? Yes, what he said was not wrong at all. Seeing his brothers shed blood for him, Chu Yang's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Just as the man in black said, the one he wanted to kill was only him. Leave quickly. Let him away. Regardless of life or death, his brothers would be safe. Although the man in black said this to provoke him, it also spoke to Chu Yang's heart. Chu Yang let out a loud roar. Then, he rode his sword and flew out at lightning speed. 2 fierce palms slapped toward Chu Yang. A black shadow flashed and appeared behind Chu Yang. The man in black's eyes revealed a cruel expression. He looked at Chu Yang's back like a vulture and raised his palms. At the edge of his palms, as he raised them, a cloud of black gas appeared. It was as if two empty black holes were suddenly brought out in the air. Immediately, he slapped out like lightning. With these two palms, the wind howled, and two clear traces of collapsed black holes actually appeared in the air. In the sky full of snow, it seemed to be a path to hell. The man in black attacked with all his strength. He wanted to kill Chu Yang in one blow. There was a sound. It was Dong Wushang who threw out half of the black saber with all his strength. This saber had never left his hand since it was successfully made. He had always treasured it like his life. Even when it was damaged several times before, he had never cherished it less. But this time, it was the first time the black saber had left his hand. After throwing out this saber, Dong Wushang spat out blood and fell to the ground. Previously, he was the one who charged the most ferociously. He was the biggest threat to the men in black, and he was also the most injured. After throwing the saber, he fainted. The black saber slashed horizontally at the black-robed man's wrist. The black-robed man snorted. He withdrew his palm that had been aimed at Chu Yang. Then, he chopped his palm horizontally on the black saber. Half of the black saber broke into two pieces with a clang sound. Life and death in an instant. Mo Qingwu clenched her silver teeth. Disregarding her own life, she activated Bu Liuqing's proudest movement technique. It was also the fastest movement technique. She turned the power of life and death into speed and rushed forward with all her might. At this moment, Mo Qingwu, it had completely transformed into a stream of light. Qingwu Dream Saber was pushed to the limit, and it was actually at the edge of the saber. It reflected a circle of rainbows, just like Mo Qingwu's life. It was burning rapidly. The speed at the moment of life and death had actually completely made up for the difference in speed between him and a supreme martial artist. Taking advantage of the moment when the black-robed man's body was shaken after receiving Dong Wushang's dark saber, he madly rushed over. He slashed at the black-clothed man. The supreme saber. Ning Tianya's secret. The black-clothed man flipped his palm and hit the saber. The saber trembled and Mo Qingwu spat out a mouthful of blood. But the saber didn't stop. It shook and fell. The black-clothed man frowned. He slapped his palm on the blade of Mo Qingwu's saber again. It was obvious that he hadn't used all his strength to deal with Mo Qingwu or Chu Luer. He was still wary of Ning Tianya and Zi Sheqing. With a wah, Mo Qingwu only managed to call out, "Chu," before she fainted in mid-air. Her body flew backward. At this moment, Chu Yang was already 70 feet away. The black-clothed man snorted. "You think you can leave?" He rose. With a stride in midair, he was right in front of Chu Yang. He slapped his palm down wildly. The sword spirit's tribulation sword came out. The other party slapped his palm down. Deflected. The sword spirit's palms flew out. The black-clothed man snorted and his palms met. The two palms met. With a bang, Chu Yang, who was in the sword spirit's palms, fell backward. Both his wrists were broken. He only felt a burning pain in his chest. His vision was actually a little blurry. Just one blow, and he had already suffered serious internal injuries. The other party didn't retreat at all. Like a shadow, he chased closely. His eyes flashed with killing intent and admiration. His two hands were like huge axes that could split mountains, slamming down toward Chu Yang's chest. Chu Yang, who was possessed by the sword spirit, couldn't help but sigh. The enemy's strength was unparalleled. At this moment, he was really at the end of his rope. Right at this moment, Wu Qianqian let out a loud cry. At this moment, she actually dashed over at a ghostly speed with a strength that no one knew where she got it from. The speed that Wu Qianqian displayed at this moment was definitely not something that a human could possess. Even if it was her potential, it definitely wouldn't be so exaggerated. But Wu Qianqian did it. Exquisite library. Baidu search. In her eyes, there was only Chu Yang's crisis. She couldn't think of anything else. At this moment, she actually displayed such an incredible speed that shouldn't have appeared in the heavens. With just a swoosh, she was right in front of Chu Yang. With her own chest, she met the black-clothed man's palms. Wu Qianqian's eyes were very calm. In the lower three heavens, I once wanted to die for you. But you didn't allow it. But you stopped me. Today, let me die for you. Even if you want to die, please let me block it for you first. No. Chu Yang shouted loudly. The black-clothed man's palms had already landed solidly on Wu Qianqian's chest. He realized that something was wrong. The person in front of him had actually changed. It was a beautiful girl in the prime of her youth. At this moment, with a resolute attitude, with an unusual calmness in her eyes, she used her delicate chest to meet his palms that could split mountains and split rocks. He actually retracted the power of his palm. He remembered that this was the disciple of Yu Lingxue and Feng Yuro. Feng Yuro's death hadn't been confirmed yet. It was a little too early to kill their disciple now. But at the same time, a trance flashed across his heart, as if he was recalling 10,000 years ago. At that time of life and death crisis, his beloved wife, with determination, also used her body to meet the enemy's sword, recalling that time. That splendid flower of blood that bloomed amidst the green mountains and clear waters. So he retracted his palms. But after all, that overwhelming palms had already landed solidly on Wu Qianqian's chest. There was a cracking sound. Wu Qianqian's chest suddenly sank inwards. But at this moment, she actually didn't retreat. Instead, she maintained her momentum and actually continued to close in on the black-clothed man. Her hands pushed back violently on Chu Yang's body. She pushed Chu Yang's body, which was already retreating, even faster. The black-clothed man looked at the determined and calm eyes of the young girl in front of him. He let out a long sigh in his heart. His body rose into the air, 100 feet high, avoiding Wu Qianqian's pounce. Wu Qianqian's body. Then, he pounced over from under his feet. Blood gurgled out of her mouth. She wanted to forcibly control herself to turn back, to see if her sacrifice could exchange for the escape of her lover. But she couldn't turn back. Her consciousness was already a little blurry. The black-clothed man's palms. Although he had retracted most of his palms, but he was still a genuine supreme martial artist. Both palms landed on Wu Qianqian. Although he had retracted most of his palms, it wasn't something that Wu Qianqian, who was now a 5th-grade martial saint, could withstand. Wu Qianqian's internal organs. They were all shattered. The bones in her chest and back were completely shattered. Her dantian and meridians. They had all exploded to the extent that they couldn't be repaired. It was a fatal injury. The black-clothed man rose into the air and was about to turn around and chase after Chu Yang. But suddenly, his eyes narrowed. Then, with a swoosh, he rose into the air and turned around in midair. His figure disappeared into the vast snowstorm. He actually left just like that. Outside the orchard palace, at the faraway intersection, 2 white figures were sitting on a snow sleigh, braving the snow and coming over. Both of them were dressed in snow-white clothes. Sitting on the snow sleigh, their faces were rosy and they seemed to be chatting and laughing with each other. But because they were too far away, they couldn't see clearly. But these 2 people's expressions were very leisurely. On the snow sleigh behind them, there was a black-clothed man lying on it. It seemed to be their spoils of war. The black-clothed man in the air saw that this man and woman were rushing over, so he made a prompt decision to retreat immediately. Otherwise, when this man and woman discovered what was happening here, even though they were so far away, he definitely wouldn't be able to escape. So the black-clothed man made a prompt decision to not chase after Chu Yang and escape immediately. Because these 2 people were Feng Yuro and Yu Lingxue. The Moon Breeze couple appeared here and looked fine. That meant that the slaying of the Tao battle had already failed. Chu Yang could kill them in the future. But if he lost his life here, it would be over. The black-clothed man disappeared with a swoosh. At this moment, Imo Qingwu's body landed, and just happened to bump into Meng Chaoran, who was flying over. Meng Chaoran threw his sword and caught Imo Qingwu. Both of them rolled on the ground at the same time. Wu Qianqian's body fell weakly like a kite with a broken string. Imo desperately flew up to catch her. With a crack, the strong impact broke both of Imo arms. Both of them fell to the ground at the same time. Wu Qianqian's body rolled out of Imo arms. She rolled twice on the snowy ground and stopped moving. Her hair was messy and covered her face. Qianqian. Qingwu. Chu Yang landed on the ground with a thud. Then, he jumped up like a madman. Qingwu was fine. Take a look at Qianqian first. Meng Chaoran shouted anxiously. Chu Yang roared. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. Both of his arms were still broken. He rushed over like a madman. At this moment, both of his eyes were red. Chu Yang rushed to Wu Qianqian's side and reached out to help her up. The moment he touched her, a piercing pain came from his broken wrist. Chu Yang frowned and gritted his teeth. He helped Wu Qianqian up just like that. He let her lean against his chest. Using his broken arm to support himself, he took out 2 incomplete versions of heavy pills and stuffed them into Wu Qianqian's mouth. Then, he took one himself. He anxiously watched Wu Qianqian's reaction. With a weak moan, Wu Qianqian forced herself to open her eyes. When she saw Chu Yang, her eyes were filled with joy and relief. The heavy pill preserved her vital energy that had yet to dissipate, but it could not restore her broken internal organs. First update. Begging for votes. Chapter 11:29. Qianqian. Senior sister Qianqian. Chu Yang called out anxiously. Looking at Wu Qianqian's pale face and checking her injuries, Chu Yang felt as if his heart had fallen into a bottomless abyss. Wu Qianqian's injuries were fatal. As far as Chu Yang knew, there was no way to save Wu Qianqian's life. This made Chu Yang's heart feel as if it was being torn apart. For a moment, he felt as if his life had lost its color. You're okay, that's great. Wu Qianqian looked at Chu Yang weakly. Her voice was weak, but she was extremely relieved. I'm okay. You'll be okay too. Chu Yang felt as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. He hugged Wu Qianqian's body. For a moment, he felt as if his heart was being torn apart, healed, and torn apart again. Even now, she's still relieved that I'm okay. Don't comfort me. Wu Qianqian's voice was weak, low, and weak, but it was filled with infinite affection. I can't do it. I can feel my mother waiting for me here. Chu Yang, I'm going, Wu Qianqian said weakly. Her eyes were shining with love. Chu Yang thought of Wu Qianqian's dream and suddenly burst into tears. She had dreamed of her mother a few days ago, saying that her mother had come to pick her up. This dream was ominous. Chu Yang had long felt it, but he didn't expect that it would coincide with the dream in such a way. He hugged Wu Qianqian tightly in his arms with his broken arm. For a moment, he was choked with sobs and couldn't speak. He had let her down a lot. From the lower 3 heavens, every step he took, Wu Qianqian's shadow was behind him. She did her best to help him. She used all her intelligence and wisdom to force herself to learn those things. She shouldn't have let a weak girl carry out any mission, any knowledge. When she first arrived at Iron Cloud, she would turn pale at the sight of blood. She would tremble at the sight of corpses. But in order to help him, he didn't know how she forced herself to accept all those cruel things. Every order. It was all done by her. Every time she dealt with the aftermath, she had to do it herself. Every time. When he left the lower 3 heavens, her heart was broken, but she was still strong. She put on his black robe, wore his mask, and shouldered his responsibilities. Now that she had come to the upper 3 heavens, she still wanted to accompany him, going through fire and water, fighting a bloody battle. But I didn't give her anything. She even longed for a promise. Nothing at all. Even now, she was still doing it for him. She had used her delicate body to block the fatal blow for him. For himself. She paid with her life. In the lower 3 heavens, when the Golden Horse Riders Department tried to assassinate him, she wanted to take his place. Later on, when he fought against the Golden Horse Riders Department, she still wanted to die for him. Until today, she had still ended her life in the way she had longed for. Even though she was so reluctant to do so. She loved him deeply, he knew it, but she never said it out loud. Love you, but this has nothing to do with you. Wu Qianqian curled up in Chu Yang's embrace. She felt the warmth of Chu Yang's embrace. The corners of her mouth curled up in satisfaction. She said softly, so warm. It's so warm, I can't bear to leave. This is the first time in my life that I'm in his arms. Big drops of Chu Yang's tears fell on her face. I'm going. My mother is waiting for me. I'm very happy. You don't have to worry about me. Wu Qianqian lowered her head. She looked at Chu Yang's black robe with nostalgia. In the corner of the black robe, there were a few words that she had embroidered with her own beautiful hair. Chu Yang, Qian likes you. She suddenly felt sour. In fact, I really can't bear to leave him. Chu Yang, after I leave, don't wear black robe anymore. Wu Qian said weakly. You will think of me if you wear black robe. You will feel sad when you think of me. Chu Yang didn't know what to say. He hugged her tightly and said with a choked voice, Don't go. You won't go. In fact, I'm very happy. If I die like this, really, this is what I wanted, because Wu Qian's mouth revealed a trace of a difficult smile. She tried hard to raise her eyes and said with some hope, Chu Yang, you said at that time, you owed someone a lifetime, so you wanted to repay it. If I die today, will you owe me? Will you repay me in your next life? I will, Chu Yang said firmly. He nodded fiercely. As he nodded, tears fell down. I will definitely repay you. I will repay you in this life. Senior Sister Qian, don't die. I'm really looking forward to the next life. I will wait for you to repay me with a lifetime. Wu Qian was lost in thought. Snowflakes fell on her face. Her eyes revealed deep love. She whispered to herself, Chu Yang, Qian likes you. Chu Yang, Qian likes you. This woman who was supposed to be weak, but was now strong and independent, had always hidden these words in her heart. She had always sewed these words deeply, quietly, and humbly in her robe. She had never said them out loud, not even once. But at the moment when her life was about to disappear, she bravely said these words. She knew that if she didn't say them out loud, she wouldn't have another chance, because Chu Yang had already promised her another life. So, she was afraid that she would break the promise. So, before she died, she had to say them out loud. She reminded herself of life and death. Chu Yang would definitely not break the promise. But she was afraid that she would break the promise and miss it. Chu Yang, Qian likes you. I like you too. It's true. Chu Yang opened his mouth and gasped for air. But he still felt that his chest and throat were blocked. The intense grief almost suffocated him. At the moment when she was about to leave, Chu Yang suddenly remembered that in his previous life, Mo Qingwu was at the side of the purple bamboo forest. She was in his arms and she passed away. Why did the feeling at that time and the feeling now feel so similar? Why? He could only watch her leave and he couldn't do anything about it. Heavy pill. It could heal serious injuries. But this kind of destruction of life and soul, heavy pill, he still couldn't do anything about it. So what if I became the real Earth Calamity Sword Master? So what if I stood at the peak? So what if I rushed to the heavenly imperial court in the future? But she still died today. Chu Yang's heart was roaring, wailing. Wu Qian quietly looked at the hem of Chu Yang's black robe. She could no longer lift her head. She felt weak all over. She felt that her soul was about to leave her body and fly away. But she didn't want to leave. She tried her best to stay a little longer. She couldn't bear to leave because she was in this warm embrace. In this life, this was the first time she was in his embrace. It was so warm, so comfortable, so safe. But this was the first time. This was the last time. How could she bear to leave? How could she bear to leave? Even if she could stay a little longer, it would be good and she would be happy. But she knew that she would leave eventually. This embrace, this life, it didn't belong to her. Wu Qian smiled miserably. Her eyes. It was as if he could already see his mother holding his hand, slowly walking away, and Chu Yang just stood there, watching her leave. She turned back time and time again, but she was eventually pulled away by her mother. She used all her strength and with a tone that was close to praying, she said, Chu Yang, you must be happy in this life. Then, she felt her own fatigue, the fatigue of her soul. She had to leave. She really had to leave. She couldn't bear to. At this moment, she suddenly remembered something very important. She suddenly panted heavily and tried hard to open her eyes. She actually opened them miraculously, but her eyes were already lifeless. Chu Yang was so close to her, but she couldn't even see Chu Yang's black robe. She only tried her best to say the important thing in her heart. There's something important. Chu Yang? Chu Yang. Go. Go to the lower three heavens and find Tai Butian. She's a girl. You. Wu Qianqian's lips moved slightly as she said weakly. But every sentence and every word she said now was like a violent thunder in Chu Yang's heart, striking fiercely at his heart. At this moment, Chu Yang was actually at a loss. Tai Butian was a girl? Wu Qianqian murmured in a weak voice. She struggled with all her might and said, You. That time. You were poisoned. She was the one who saved you. Chu Yang. Her nickname is Little Tian Tian. Tian Tian. Chu. Yang. She is pregnant with your child. Wu Qianqian struggled and finally said her last words. Don't let her down. I'm so envious. My feelings for you haven't changed. Her body trembled and suddenly there was no movement. Her last words before she died had expressed the obsession and resentment in her heart. Don't let her down. I'm so envious of her. My feelings for you haven't changed. Didn't you think that I was once the empress? But the empress is a woman, and also your woman. I haven't changed, really. Chu Yang's heart felt as if it was hit by a big hammer. For a moment, he felt as if he was in a dream. Everything was so dreamy and illusory, as if he was the only one left in the vast world. She was the one who saved you that time. She was little Tian Tian. She was pregnant with your child. Wu Qianqian's delicate body trembled, and she didn't make a sound. Her eyes were still looking at him. This woman who was originally weak, but later became strong because of him. At this moment, her eyes regained their softness and pitifulness, but that gaze of his was so empty and lifeless. Chu Yang only felt his mind blur. He looked at everything in front of him, only a vast expanse of whiteness. At this moment, agitation, guilt, regret, and grief were intertwined. For a moment, his body shook violently. His legs couldn't support him, and he knelt on the ground with a thud. He hugged Wu Qianqian's body and roared towards the sky, tears rolling down his face. Chapter 11:31. Chu Yang seemed to have understood something and started to ponder. Sword Spirit, are you trying to say that the word cherish is the most precious thing in this world? Chu Yang said word by word. I didn't say that. You said it yourself. The Sword Spirit smiled slyly. Chu Yang also smiled as if he had understood something. He muttered the word cherish and felt the pressure in his heart lessen a lot. He also seemed to have a deeper understanding in his heart. He murmured, Thank you, Sword Spirit. I think I understand now. I will cherish what I already have even more in the future. The Sword Spirit smiled faintly and said in a low voice, Yes, in life, it is a great happiness to have something worth cherishing. You are very happy because there are many things worth cherishing, and those worth cherishing. The Sword Spirit's voice sounded a little disappointed. Chu Yang said quietly, Sword Spirit, you are also worth cherishing. He paused for a moment and said, I cherish you very much. The Sword Spirit's body trembled and he laughed. Thank you. His voice sounded a little unnatural. Chu Yang smiled comfortingly and looked at Wu Qianqian's body in his arms with heartache. He asked, In that case, how do I preserve Qianqian's body? The Sword Spirit reminded him, You can put her into the tribulation space. Although the tribulation space can't accommodate living things at your current level, she is now a dead person. The tribulation space doesn't matter to a dead body. When Chu Yang heard this, he immediately flew into a rage. Dead person? Dead body? You are the damn dead body. Your whole family are dead bodies. This guy had just thanked him. He had just said that he cherished him, and now he was cursing at him because of a disagreement. The Sword Spirit shrank back and didn't speak anymore. He muttered in his heart, Damn you. I have serious doubts about what you said just now. Damn it. You just said that you cherished me, and then you scolded my whole family for being dead bodies. To think that I was touched just now. This guy was clearly on the verge of exploding. Whatever he said now would just be asking for a snub. Better not to say anything. Chu Yang looked at the injuries of the others and was slightly relieved. Except for Rue Butong, who was still like a pile of rotten meat in the corner, the others were not in danger of dying. Dong Wushang had already regained consciousness. He struggled to stand up. With sweat dripping down his face, he stretched out his hand and pulled the broken ribs back to their original positions. Then, he reconnected the broken bones of his right arm one by one. He was in so much pain that his face turned deathly pale. Large beads of sweat rolled down his face. He hissed in cold air as he said, "It really hurts." His hands continued to move. Imole was angry and distressed at the same time. He lowered his head and scolded angrily, "I've never seen such a hothead. There's a godly doctor here. Would it kill you to wait for a while? Why do you have to do it yourself?" Dong Wushang grinned. Rolling his eyes, he said, "What do you know? If it's boss's doing, then it's not worth it. It would only be more painful than if I did it myself." As he said this, he stood up and walked over to Rue Butong, who was almost smashed into pieces. He scolded, "This guy really died a disgusting death this time." With a bang, he kicked Rue Butong and sent him flying. Everyone was stunned. Chu Yang felt somewhat relieved when he saw that the other people's lives weren't in danger. Heaving a long sigh of relief, he carried the unconscious Imo Qinggu into the room and put her down. Then, he came out to carry the others. It was only at this moment that he couldn't forget that voice and those words. "She is little Tiantia. She is a girl. She saved you. She is pregnant with your child." Child. Chu Yang's heart trembled. There was a complex feeling in his heart that he didn't know how to describe. He thought back to those years when he was fighting with the Golden Horse Riders Department in the forest of Beyond the Heavens sect. Then, he was poisoned by the Lust Dragon and was on the verge of death. At that time, only Tai Butian and the Shadow Couple were by his side. Later, when he woke up, he didn't know what had happened. And the Sword Spirit also happened to be asleep during that time. It was only when he was about to leave that he knew that he had been saved by someone. Just as he was about to ask, Tai Butian casually diverted the question. He remembered that he was so angry at that time that he grabbed Tai Butian by the neck and lifted her up. He shouted at her furiously and threw a tantrum, almost strangling her to death. It was only now that he knew that the person who saved him and gave up everything for him was actually her. It was actually her. Chu Yang's heart ached. Wu Qianqian had already sacrificed enough. Then, what about Tai Butian's sacrifice for him? She had sacrificed her virginity to save his life. She knew that he loved her, but she chose not to say it out loud, enduring it silently. Even when facing him, she still had to work hard to suppress her emotions and forcefully pretend to be his friend. How did she feel? She had a child, and she gave birth to it silently. If Wu Qianqian hadn't told him today, would he have been kept in the dark for the rest of his life? Thinking of this, Chu Yang's heart ached. He felt guilty and angry. That girl is too stubborn, isn't she? He thought of the poem that Tai Butian recited out of emotion when he left the lower three heavens. Chu Yang's heart trembled again, as if the softest part of his heart had been touched. In that instant, he seemed to understand Tai Butian's feelings a little. The autumn wind sets and the sun sets, the heavens are dim. After the vicissitudes of life pass, the heavens are left alone to ponder. I sigh softly that heroes fail to live up to a woman's expectations. Thinking of this poem, a young king in a yellow robe and a crown seemed to appear in front of Chu Yang's eyes. With his hands behind his back, he looked down at the world with disdain. However, when this young king turned around and glanced at him, his eyes were filled with desolation and sadness. Sigh? Chu Yang heaved a long sigh. I had thought that I had left in a carefree and unrestrained manner, but I didn't expect that I had unknowingly thrown away my roots. I had thought that I had a clear conscience and that I was doing others a favor, but I didn't expect that I would owe a huge debt. I sigh softly that heroes fail to live up to a woman's expectations. I'm not a hero, but how many have I let down? Tai Butian, at that time, I only thought that you were talking about me and Qianqian, but I never thought that you were talking about yourself. He clenched his teeth lightly and thought to himself, if I see that bastard again, I must give him a good spanking. He actually hid such a big matter from me. Thinking of this, Chu Yang became angry again. He muttered, without me, what are you going to give birth to? You actually didn't say anything. This is simply intolerable. Thinking of this, he was a little puzzled. Tai Butian, He had once suspected that she was a girl and had even secretly observed her several times. Every time, he saw that she was clearly a man. She had an Adam's apple, no breasts, no buttocks. How did she suddenly become a woman? Minister Chu was a little distressed. Damn it, that fellow was quite handsome as a man, but if she was a woman, I'm afraid she would definitely be flat. This time, cough cough, I'm at a disadvantage. Also, my child, I don't know. How old is he? What does he look like? Just as he was letting his imagination run wild, a rustling sound came from the main door. A snow sleigh stopped at the door. Feng Yuro and Yu Lingxue walked down slowly from the snow sleigh. The Moon Breeze couple spent a lot of effort to carry Wu Jueqing down from Mount Xingye. It was easy to go up the mountain, but difficult to go down. Especially after the snow, it was even more dangerous. The Moon Breeze couple could only move temporarily and were far from being able to recover their cultivation and use their internal energy. They were really worse than ordinary people. Just on the way down the mountain, the two of them almost fell off the cliff together with Wu Jueqing several times. After much difficulty, they finally reached the foot of the mountain. They waited for a long time before a snow sleigh passed by. Yu Lingxue paid 10 times the price, almost begging the merchant to buy the snow sleigh. He carried Wu Jueqing onto the snow sleigh as if he was serving his ancestor, patting him with thick leather cushions. Only then did they drive the snow sleigh back to Tianji City. When had Yu Lingxue ever begged anyone in his life? Today was also a first. As a mid-grade supreme martial artist, he begged a merchant. This was really an unprecedented first. This made Yu Lingxue sigh with emotion. It was as if he had a deeper understanding of life. They had the snow sleigh, but they still couldn't come back just like that, because a battle must have already begun in Tianji City. If the two of them came back to participate in the battle in their current state, they would undoubtedly be sending themselves to their deaths. Even if they encountered a revered martial artist, he could easily kill these two peak-grade supreme martial artists. And the two of them came back this time for the most important purpose, to save those few little fellows from danger. Now that they didn't have any energy left, they could only resort to trickery. And so, Yu Lingxue had another first in his life, to apply rouge. A rouge specially used by women. The two of them dressed themselves up a little and changed into a new set of clothes, returning to their usual spotless state. They also used the rouge that Feng Yuro always carried with her to apply on their faces. Instantly, their faces glowed. Only then did they pretend to be at ease and drive the snow sleigh back. Along the way, the two of them did not have any cultivation to protect their bodies. They were as cold as chickens that had lost all their feathers. Yet, they still had to pretend that they were glowing, handsome, and at ease on the sleigh, as if they were talking about the world. It was really extremely elegant. In Feng Yuro's words, there was no other time in this generation that could be more elegant than today. Before they reached the Orchard Palace, the smell of blood was already very strong. Even though it was snowing heavily, it still couldn't hide that thick, murderous aura. The two of them looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Then, they pretended to be even more relaxed and confident as they drove the snow sleigh, chatting and joking as they entered. The man in black only looked from afar and saw the two of them. However, he did not go closer to take a closer look. Otherwise, with his cultivation, he would definitely be able to discover that these two peerless experts who could shake the heavens were now just two paper tigers. He only needed to use a finger to get rid of these two existences that he usually had to look up to. To edit the third chapter, it should be done within 10 minutes. Chapter 1132. However, the Moon Breeze couple had dominated the world for so many years. Their invincible image had long been deeply ingrained in people's hearts. Once this black-clothed man discovered their arrival, he immediately fled, not even daring to turn his head back, afraid that the Moon Breeze couple's divine sense would detect his identity. After all, he had just killed the Moon Breeze couple's disciple. Under such circumstances, how could he still dare to stay? If the Moon Breeze couple were fine, they would definitely go crazy upon seeing their disciple dead. He couldn't even defeat one of them, let alone two of them. The Moon Breeze couple finally reached the door. They wanted to get off the sleigh but found it very difficult. Their bodies were almost stiff. The husband and wife smiled bitterly at each other and could only put on a mushy look of endless love. Yu Lingxue got off first and then put on an elegant look. With a smile on his face, he reached out to help Feng Yuro get off the sleigh. Feng Yuro rolled her eyes at him but helped him down. The two of them behaved just like a sweet couple, so sweet that it was as sweet as honey. But both of them knew that even getting off the sleigh took a lot of energy that they had accumulated for a long time. Their bodies were really frozen stiff. They almost fell straight down and fell on their faces. They got off the sleigh calmly and saw Meng Chaoran busily moving people one by one from the courtyard to the room. Chu Yang carried Wu Qianqian and was walking towards the room. What happened? Feng Yuro was shocked. What happened to Qianqian? Dong Wushang had just regained consciousness and insisted on standing. When he saw the Feng and Yu couple walking over leisurely, he was instantly infuriated. He couldn't help but sneer. Seniors, you're really composed, well-mannered, and well-mannered. To be able to remain so calm and composed at such a time, this junior really admires you. Dong Wushang had always been unscrupulous. Now that he had encountered such a huge change, he was even more unscrupulous. Seeing the Moon Breeze couple's leisurely appearance, his anger surged, and he mocked him. Feng Yuro blushed. Yu Lingxue chuckled and said, Wushang, you're right. You must know that a man must be magnanimous. In the face of the world's storms, he must be indifferent to everything and have a steady heart. Only then can he reach the peak. If he is impatient and easily angered, if his heart cultivation is not strong, he will inevitably be taken advantage of by his inner demons. Dong Wushang sneered and said, if this is the only way to become a supreme martial artist, then this supreme martial artist. What else is valuable about it? She turned her head away and limped into the house. Feng Yuro and Yu Lingxue walked slowly, following the crowd into the house. As he walked, he said, the world is unpredictable. Being calm is the most important thing. Everyone frowned when they heard this. They wished they could punch these two supreme martial artists in the face. Chu Yang and the others hurriedly tidied up the bed as soon as they entered the room. Then, they let the seriously injured lie down. However, they heard a creaky sound behind them. Greatly surprised, he turned his head to look. The Moon Breeze couple's bodies were stimulated by the heater in the room, and they actually started to tremble. Their faces were still flushed, but cold sweat started to form on their foreheads and trickled down, diluting the redness on their faces quite a bit. Chu Yang was startled. What's wrong with you? You bunch of little fools. Yu Lingxue clenched his teeth and trembled. He said hurriedly in a low voice, what else is there to say? Close the door. Silence. Only then did everyone realize that something was wrong. They hurriedly closed the door and helped the Moon Breeze couple to sit beside the stove. Feng Yuro's body was already tottering. However, Feng Yuro persisted. She walked to Wu Qianqian's side and reached out to check her pulse. Her face instantly turned pale. Qianqian, it's okay. She won't die. Chu Yang was equally upset. However, he keenly noticed that something was wrong. With Feng Yuro's supreme martial artist cultivation, even if she was sad, how could she lose her composure like this? Moreover, she was so weak now. Chu Yang immediately noticed the abnormality. He hurriedly comforted her. I've already fed her the heaven-nourishing jade. It can protect her primordial spirit. Then, we'll hurry up and find the medicine. She'll be fine. Feng Yuro's expression softened slightly. I see. However, she was still worried. She checked her disciple's body. Although Wu Qianqian had no pulse, breathing, or heartbeat, her body was soft and still had some warmth. Moreover, her face looked like she was sleeping soundly. Only then did she feel slightly relieved. Once she was relieved, she actually almost fell. Chu Yang hurriedly supported her and brought her to the stove to sit down. Meng Chaoran. Yu Lingxue controlled his voice and maintained a relaxed tone. There's another person on the snow sleigh outside. It's Wu Jueqing. Move him in carefully. Wu Jueqing's back is already broken, and he can't be moved. You have to move him carefully. Don't move this descendant of Chen Feng into 7 or 8 pieces. Meng Chaoran agreed and hurried out. Dong Wushang and the rest couldn't help but want to laugh. Yu Lingxue was actually in the mood to joke at a time like this? Yu Lingxue took a breath and looked sharply at everyone. Everyone immediately understood that Yu Lingxue was definitely not joking. He was using this relaxed attitude to guard against possible enemies in the dark. At this moment, they really couldn't afford to have any more incidents. Everyone was injured to such an extent, and they were still in the Zhuge clan's base camp. If the other party just launched a probing attack, it would be enough to wipe them all out. And it would be effortless. However, everyone's mood rose with astonishment. Because of what Yu Lingxue said, Wu Jueqing, Qin Feng's descendant. What kind of person was Wu Jueqing? He was an ancient legend of the Heavens continent. And now, he was actually captured alive and brought here? At this moment, Meng Chaoran carried Wu Jueqing in. This descendant of Qin Feng had already turned into a popsicle. If not for the fact that he was still breathing, he would almost be a zombie. Just being carried in these few short steps, he had to hover between life and death several times. Such injuries, such weakness, even Chu Yang frowned at the sight of it. But Yu Lingxue signaled for everyone not to make a sound, so they could only keep silent. Yu Lingxue sat for a while before saying lightly, "You in the dark? Why aren't you leaving? Do you need me to chase you away personally?" His voice was slightly higher, but very calm. His voice was still arrogant and domineering. After he finished speaking, he didn't say anything else. After another half an hour, Yu Lingxue suddenly sneered and said lightly, "You in the dark? Why aren't you leaving? Don't blame me for not giving face to the Zhuge clan." After waiting for a while, Yu Lingxue heaved a sigh of relief and said, "It should be fine now." Only then did Chu Yang dare to open his mouth and ask, "Elder Yu, I know what you want to ask." Yu Lingxue waved his hand tiredly and panted, "Let me take a breather first." As he spoke, his body started to tremble. The trembling became more and more intense, and only after half an hour did he stop trembling. After drinking 4 bowls of ginseng tea in a row, Yu Lingxue said, "Listen to me. In this slaying of the Tao battle, our side has achieved complete victory. The Dharma Supreme was hunted down by Lord Z, and his whereabouts are unknown. When Lord Z returned, he didn't say anything about the Dharma Supreme's whereabouts. But according to my estimation, with Lord Z's strength, the Dharma Supreme is probably dead. Even if he survives, it's just a last-ditch struggle. There's nothing to worry about for now. As for the 8 super clans, Yi Di, Xiao Se, Lan Muxue, Shi Jing, Qing Chou, and the rest of the 8 second grandmasters, all died in this battle. None of the 700 supreme martial artists of the 8 super clans and law enforcement officers survived. This piece of news was like a bomb, exploding everywhere. The atmosphere in the room heated up instantly. Everyone waited with bated breaths, their eyes shining as they listened. Zi Xieching and the rest had actually created such a glorious and unbelievable battle record. Despite being outnumbered, he actually managed to annihilate the entire enemy force. Such a glorious battle record. In the heavenly continent, this was the only time in history. As for me, let's put me and NEI aside. You've all seen that we're seriously injured and our life force has been damaged. For half a year to a year, we probably won't be able to use our internal energy and fight. Yu Lingxue explained simply. Everyone was suddenly enlightened. They were shocked. With the cultivation of the Moon Breeze couple, they were actually injured so badly. Then how tragic was the battle? What about the others? Dong Wushang's face was flushed red. He stood up and said, "Elder Yu, it's my fault. I'm wrong." As he spoke, he gave himself 3 consecutive slaps. Good. Daring to say and daring to admit, that's the true nature of a man. Yu Lingxue smiled approvingly. These slaps of yours are indeed deserved. The slaps are very loud. I won't blame you. Everyone laughed. Chu Yang, however, was concerned about another question. What about them? Lord Z tore open the void and flew away, leaving the heavenly continent. She has gone to travel the universe. Yu Lingxue said slowly with an expression of admiration and reverence. Chu Yang gave an indifferent "oh," only feeling a sense of loss. She had left in the end. Before Lord Z left, she asked me to tell everyone to take care. Yu Lingxue said, and she left behind 2 words. What words? Everyone asked. If we meet again in the clouds, please sweep away the fallen flowers in Jiangnan. Yu Lingxue said indifferently. As he spoke, He glanced at Chu Yang intentionally or unintentionally. Chu Yang's eyes lit up. Big brother Bu Luqing, in the last battle, comprehended the collapse of the heavens and shattered the void. He has already passed the heavenly punishment and gone to the world beyond the heavens. Yu Lingxue revealed Bu Liuqing's whereabouts. His words were filled with respect and envy. Feng Yuro, who was beside the stove, sighed softly. Everyone also heaved a sigh of relief. Bu Luqing didn't die. That was great. The third person to become a legend in the heavenly continent. After Qin Feng and Lu Yun, the third person to succeed in the collapse of the heavens and shattered the void, Bu Luqing. Yu Lingxue looked at Chu Yang and said, Lord Zi asked us to bring Zi Sheqing back for you to treat. Chu Yang's heart warmed. He said, I'll do my best to treat her. He knew that Zi Sheqing had remembered what he had asked her to do. After she displayed her true strength, she had to leave immediately and couldn't come back in time, so she could only ask Moonbreeze to bring Wu Jueqing back. After Yu Lingxue finished speaking, he was silent for a moment before asking, What happened here? How did Qianqian get injured? Monthly votes. Chapter 11:33. Everyone fell silent. Thinking of the great battle just now, everyone still had some lingering fear in their hearts. Chu Yang briefly recounted what happened. When he reached the end, Yu Lingxue and Feng Yuro exchanged a look, both seeing the doubt in each other's eyes. Black-robed man? Who was that? According to Chu Yang's description, even if this person's cultivation was slightly lower than theirs, it was not by much. There was such an expert in Tianji City now? Could it be the founder of the Zhuge clan, Zhuge Zangqiong? Feng Yuro pondered and said, On the surface, there seems to be only one middle-grade supreme martial artist in Tianji City now. Yu Lingxue frowned and said, This is possible, but also not very likely. Everyone knows that the reason why the Zhuge clan wears hemp clothes is because of Zhuge Zangqiong. Back then, Zhuge Zangqiong's father was Tribulation. After establishing the Zhuge clan, he immediately disappeared for no reason. Later on, news spread that he was dead, but no one knew if he was alive or dead. As a human, Zhuge Zangqiong did not go through mourning in time and had always been brooding over it. From then on, Zhuge Zangqiong only wore hemp mourning clothes for his entire life. As the clan leader, Zhuge Zangqiong still did this. Naturally, the clansmen followed suit. Over time, the hemp mourning clothes became the symbol of the Zhuge clan. Back then, Zhuge Zangqiong once said, As long as one's life lasts, so does filial piety. For 10,000 years, he has never worn any other clothes. Yu Lingxue frowned. Logically speaking, such filial piety. If he suddenly came dressed in black to ambush Chu Yang and the others, it would be somewhat unreasonable. Feng Yuro nodded repeatedly. At the side, Emole was extremely amused. She sneered and said, What the two elders said, I feel that it is very wrong. It is understandable that Zhuge Zangqiong has done this since then, but we can't rule out another possibility, which is that the whole world knows that Zhuge Zangqiong is filial and will always wear hemp clothes. Therefore, no matter what happens, no one will suspect him. But this way, it is greatly convenient for Zhuge Zangqiong to do things secretly. Just like now, the two elders have ruled out Zhuge Zangqiong as the first one. To a certain extent, this means that they believe him. Emole said, And he is our enemy now. If you believe in the enemy, you've already brought yourself to the path of defeat. But in the current Tianji city, other than the experts left behind by the Zhuge clan to look after the house, there are almost no other supreme martial artists. Yet at this time, a mid-grade supreme martial artist has appeared. Even if it is ultimately proven that Zhuge Zangqiong did not do it, he is still the biggest suspect now. How can we eliminate him so easily? The Moonbreeze couple fell silent. Everyone nodded. They had to admit that what Emole said made sense. Make the best use of your time to recuperate in these few days, Yu Lingxue said. When your injuries have fully recovered, I will bring you all out of Tianji City. He rolled his eyes and said faintly, As long as the news of us being heavily injured doesn't spread out, as long as they know that we are here, no one in the entire heavenly layer would dare to cause trouble. Everyone smiled and nodded. Yu Lingxue really wasn't boasting. The Dharma Supreme was beaten until his whereabouts were unknown. Wu Jueqing was here, half dead. Bu Luqing had left. Ning Tianya was seriously injured and had gone into hiding. The 8 second grandmasters had died an unnatural death. In the entire heavens, Moon Breeze was truly invincible, of course, under the circumstances where they didn't know that they were already heavily injured. At this moment, a furious voice came from outside. "Fuck you. All of you are still alive, but you didn't care about me. I was already beaten into minced meat, and you even threw me into the snow. Not only that, you actually threw me beside the toilet. Who did it?" "Who? Dong Wushang. Was it you? Come out. Let me teach you a lesson." It was Rue Budong's voice. Master Rue was really something now. He died 3 times in a day. The first time he died, he came back alive and his cultivation jumped from 5th grade martial saint to 7th grade martial saint. The second time he died, he came back alive and his cultivation actually became 2nd grade. And now, the third time he died and became minced meat. Now, he came back alive and kicking. He was actually a 1st grade supreme martial artist. This kind of leveling up method was really unprecedented. The door curtain was lifted and Master Rue walked in casually. When he saw the Moon Breeze couple, he instantly shrank and rubbed his hands. "Ah, the 2 of you are here too. Hee. Yu Lingxue rolled his eyes. "I heard that you were blaming us for not caring about you? Very unhappy?" Rue Budong said obsequiously, No. Did I say that? We share life and death, fortune and misfortune. In the same boat, in life and death. Why would I say something like that? Wouldn't it hurt everyone's feelings if I said it? A person who says something like that is practically a bird's egg." Chu Yang, Dong Wushang, and Imole couldn't help but laugh. This guy really dared to say that. But, from a certain point of view, this guy was really just a bird's egg. Yu Lingxue snorted and said, "Since you know that you are a bird's egg, why don't you sit obediently at the side?" Rue Budong repeatedly agreed and sat down obediently. Everyone was full of admiration. Yu Lingxue was like an experiment using Rue Budong as an experiment. Even though he was a little tired now and his injuries couldn't be concealed, he was able to suppress Rue Budong with just his accumulated power. And this was someone he knew. If he wasn't, what would happen? After Rue Budong sat down, it was as if there was a scorpion stuffed in his butt. He twisted and turned, unable to contain his excitement. He couldn't help but be excited. All along, he had been the weakest and the youngest among the brothers. But now, he had a complete turnaround, the first to reach the supreme martial artist level. Among the others, the highest Chu Yang and Dong Wushang were still at the 7th grade. How could Rue Budong not get carried away? At this moment, he couldn't wait to call Gu Duxing up and scold him to his face. Then, he would really beat that guy up, call GMO and Luo Kadi up and give them a good beating to vent the depression of being bullied for a long time. Of course, he even wanted to beat up Dong Wushang and then go to Chu Yang and challenge him for the position of the boss. But before he could do it, he was suppressed by Yu Lingxue. He was a little unhappy. After twisting for a while, he winked and said, "Boss, I've broken through again." Chu Yang said lightly. Rue Budong was stunned. Not getting the surprised reaction he expected, he didn't give up and continued to show off. "Boss, do you know what level I've broken through to?" Hee. 1st grade supreme martial artist. Chu Yang said lightly. "Oh, continue to work hard." Rue Budong was depressed. What kind of reaction was this? When I broke through in the past, everyone was very surprised and very happy. Why was the reaction so dull this time? His face turned pale. Unwilling to give up, he said to Dong Wushang, "4th brother, I've broken through to the supreme martial artist level." Dong Wushang suppressed his laughter and scolded, "What's so great about breaking through? What's there to show off about being a 1st grade supreme martial artist? Look at how immature you are. How can you achieve great things with this kind of mentality? Isn't it just a small breakthrough? Bastard, you're simply a villain intoxicated by success. Your ugly face makes me want to vomit. Get out and get wet in the snow." Rue Budong was dumbfounded, his lips trembling. You. He turned to Chu Yang for help. "Boss, look." Chu Yang shouted angrily, "Get out." Rue Budong was like a frosted cigar at once. Dejected, He only felt that the joy of breaking through several levels just now had disappeared. He walked out dejectedly, muttering in confusion, "What's going on? Something's not right." He had just walked out of the door when he heard deafening laughter coming from inside the room. Like a whirlwind, Rue Batong rushed in again and said angrily, "Great, you're playing with me." Everyone was even more overjoyed. Everyone had long seen Rue Budong's smug look. His breakthrough was indeed amazing. However, they all deliberately kept a straight face and didn't reveal anything. Chu Yang and Dong Wushang were even more stern as they threw this little guy out with a big hot fart. It was only now that they laughed. Inside the room, the atmosphere after the big battle was instantly relaxed. On the bed, Wu Jueqing, who was unconscious with his eyes closed, suddenly let out a faint sigh. Looking at Chu Yang and his brothers laughing and joking, Wu Jueqing couldn't help but think of his brothers back then. For a moment, his heart couldn't help but yearn for the past. "Brothers, where are all of you?" Wu Jueqing lay quietly, listening to the other brothers laughing and joking. He only felt more and more lonely. A wave of depression and anger rose in his heart. "I will avenge all of you. Definitely. Dharma Supreme, you despicable villain. We were both once tribulations and had the same experience. How dare you plot against me too? I won't let you off." Regarding this, Wu Jueqing still couldn't understand even now. The Dharma Supreme had the same goal as him. Keeping him alive was much more helpful than killing him. Why did he plot against him? What good would it do the Dharma Supreme if he died completely in that great array? Other than losing a powerful helper, there was really no benefit at all. As for why he was afraid of competing with him, but he had been with him for so many years. If he wanted to compete, the Dharma Supreme wouldn't be able to beat him no matter what. They hadn't competed for so many years. What was he worried about? Wu Jueqing was extremely puzzled. With a moan, Mo Qingwu woke up. She called out, "Chu Yang, Chu Yang." The moment she opened her eyes and saw everyone, she was overjoyed. "You're all right? That's great." When the little Lolita heard what happened just now, she couldn't help but burst into tears. She stayed by Wu Qianqian's side and refused to leave no matter what. "I want to take care of Sister Qianqian and thank her personally. As long as she doesn't wake up, I'll take care of her." Mo Qingwu wiped her tears and said, "She saved my big brother Chu Yang. I'm so grateful to her. Sister Qianqian, quickly wake up. When you wake up, I'll give you half of Chu Yang." This sentence made Feng Yuro and Yu Lingxue laugh. Half of a person could be given away. Chapter 1134. In the next few days, everyone was recuperating. Chu Yang also tried his best to treat everyone's injuries. Everyone's injuries were very serious, especially the Moonbreeze couple. Their injuries were even more serious. Chu Yang tried his best, but could only alleviate their injuries slightly and not help them recover. Dong Wushang, Mo Lei and Mo Qingwu's injuries were more serious. When it came to serious injuries, for example, being injured by a martial king and being injured by a supreme martial artist were two completely different concepts. Although they were both equally powerful, the injuries of a supreme martial artist would naturally carry the divine consciousness of a supreme martial artist. That was a more subtle kind of destruction. Especially the spirit and meridians, the damage was even more serious and not easy to recover. And this time, it was a low-grade supreme martial artist who did it, so the damage was even greater. Therefore, the recovery of everyone's injuries this time was especially slow. The one with the most serious injuries was, of course, Wu Jueqing. Wu Jueqing's injuries had already reached the point where even the sword spirit was somewhat helpless. Chu Yang had once thought of using the heaven-nourishing jade, but was stopped by the sword spirit. The heaven-nourishing jade could only be used to its fullest potential after a person died. Heaven-nourishing, as the name implied, the heaven that needed to be nourished must have already collapsed. If the heaven didn't collapse, why did it need to be nourished? And Wu Jueqing was obviously still breathing now. If he really waited until he was no longer breathing before using the heaven-nourishing jade, Wu Jueqing would also fall into a long deep sleep like Wu Qianqian. He would only wake up when he reached the resurrection grass. The only thing Chu Yang could do now was to use medicine to stabilize Wu Jueqing's injuries for the time being. As for the rest, he could only rely on his own strength to slowly recover before he could talk about other things. Because for someone like Wu Jueqing, he definitely couldn't use heavy pills. Once he did, it would be equivalent to exposing his identity immediately. There were really too many variables. Chu Yang couldn't afford such variables at all now. In these few days, Tianji City was in a state of grief. After the battle on Mount Xingyun, the people of the Zhuge clan waited for a long time and didn't see anyone return. They sent people to Mount Xingyun to check. What they saw scared the hell out of the few people who went to check it out. Mount Xingyun was full of corpses. People of the big clans all died here. When the news spread, the entire Zhuge family was shocked. Many people were sent to Mount Xingyun to retrieve the corpse. Then, they hurriedly reported the news to the other great clans. The entire Sky Layer continent was filled with grief. Every great clan was in mourning, and everyone was crying, including the Li clan. Li Shangxi of the Li clan led his men all the way back to the north and encountered countless interceptions along the way. In the end, other than Li Shangxi, only 5 people were able to successfully return to the Li clan. The Li clan flew into a rage and swore to take revenge. Diwu clan. Diwu Qing Ro's small courtyard. The people we sent were also wiped out? No survivors? Diwu Qing Ro's expression revealed shock. This matter was no small matter. The Diwu clan did not have a strong foundation at the moment. 5 supreme martial artists had been seconded at once, which drained half of the Diwu clan's strength. How could Diwu Qing Ro not be shocked and heartbroken at the loss of the entire army on Mount Xingyun? Yes. The wrinkles on the old man's face seemed to have deepened. Amazing! Diwu Qing Ro sighed. I didn't expect them to have such powerful strength, but Lord clearly agreed to help that Chu Yang. Furthermore, you also told him about our people's clothes. They even killed all of our people. They are truly ungrateful. The old man said angrily. Diwu Qing Ro was silent for a while. Then, he said, the word Wu wasn't on the clothes of those people. The old man was instantly dumbfounded. The word Wu was on the inside of their clothes. Diwu Qing Ro's following words made the old man even more shocked. Then why this? The old man was a little incoherent. Diwu Qing Ro's expression was complicated. You thought that I was really helping Chu Yang. Actually, what I really helped him with was those few pieces of information. And Chu Yang also understood. Diwu Qing Ro said lightly. Chu Yang thanked me for those few pieces of information but seemed very indifferent towards the most important one. Diwu Qing Ro said slowly. He also had hope but didn't fully believe it. May I know the reason why you did this? The old man asked. Diwu Qing Ro smiled bitterly. Because our Diwu clan can't afford to lose. In this battle, in fact, we're trying to win from both sides. If the big clans win, then they don't need to expose their identities. If the big clans lose, they only need to tear their clothes and reveal the word Wu. Then they can save their lives. If they're evenly matched, then they'll tear their own clothes and reveal the word to guide them to escape. At that time, it'll be helpful. For this battle, I had 3 plans. No matter what, I had to protect the supreme martial artists of our clan. Diwu Qing Ro let out a long sigh. I didn't expect that after all my scheming, I still couldn't save them. The old man next to him was completely stunned. If so, wouldn't Chu Yang have been deceived for nothing? This was too sinister, wasn't it? Besides, after Chu Yang left, you told me that kind of argument. Wouldn't you be deceiving me too? Diwu Qing Ro saw through his thoughts. He said slowly, I'm not deceiving you. It was snowing heavily at that time. I was afraid that Chu Yang wouldn't go far and would come back to eavesdrop. Indeed, that would be really bad. The old man was relieved at once. Besides, on Chu Yang's side, you can't guess what he's thinking. He'll still make arrangements even if he's half convinced. Diwu Qing Ro laughed. If not, he wouldn't be Chu Yang. It's just that I didn't expect things to be so bad. Diwu Qing Ro let out a long sigh. Let's take the bodies back to the clan and bury them grandly. We can only take one step at a time in the future. Fortunately, there's no clear falling out with Chu Yang's side. He sighed softly. Let's see what Chu Yang does in a few days' time. Diwu Qing Ro was right. At first, Chu Yang was a little dubious about the experts prepared by the Diwu clan. Later, when he was 70 to 80% convinced, he suddenly remembered, on the surface, he was the weaker party. Diwu Qingrou's move had greatly exposed the Diwu clan's suspicions. How could the other clans not see through such an obvious waterproof plan? Once they did, they would break out of the encirclement and be safe, but the Diwu clan would definitely be destroyed. Diwu Qingrou wouldn't be so noble as to sacrifice himself for others, let alone his entire clan. Chu Yang definitely wouldn't believe it. Therefore, after he briefed Bu Luqing and Moonbreeze, he didn't mention this matter at all when Zi Sheqing left. The key to the success or failure of this matter was still Zi Sheqing. Zi Sheqing was the main force. Chu Yang even thought, if this wasn't the case, it must be Diwu Qingrou's scheme. If Zi Sheqing killed those few supreme martial artists, it wouldn't be a bad thing. That night, after Chu Yang checked on everyone's injuries, he returned to his room. These few days have indeed been very peaceful. Chu Yang immersed his consciousness into the tribulation space and accepted the cleansing of his soul by the primordial violet vapor. With Moonbreeze here, the Zhuge clan can only try their best to avoid conflict with us. They definitely won't take the initiative to look for trouble. The sword spirit laughed. You must be very anxious these few days? Chu Yang squinted. I am indeed anxious. I have to suppress my aura every day. Otherwise, Wu Jueqing won't discover me. But the sword intent in his body can definitely discover me. The sword spirit smiled bitterly. Once it discovers me, the sword intent will become agitated. Once it becomes agitated, Wu Jueqing will know. If it becomes too agitated, Wu Jueqing will be agitated to death. This matter is a little too aggrieved. It's clearly something that belongs to me. Not only do I have to control my desire now, but it's still a long way from getting it back. If Wu Jueqing really fully recovers one day, it'll be even more troublesome. Chu Yang was speechless. After thinking for a long time, he said, I do have an idea. What idea? The sword spirit's eyes lit up and he asked excitedly. He couldn't wait to withdraw the sword intent. Can you make the sword intent agitated without exposing yourself? Chu Yang asked. This? The sword spirit said awkwardly. It's very difficult. Very difficult means it's possible. Chu Yang interrupted. Then there's an idea. The sword spirit was dumbfounded. Very difficult means it's possible? What kind of argument is this? In the next few days, Chu Yang started to treat Wu Jueqing gradually. However, he was very careful. His injuries would get better one day, but worsen the next day. Every time, Chu Yang himself would be very surprised. What's going on? Not only was Chu Yang surprised by this, Wu Jueqing was also surprised. Because when he tried to mobilize some energy and started to recover, he would find that it would disappear without a trace after a nap. What was going on? Wu Jueqing himself was also a divine doctor. Naturally, he knew that Chu Yang was doing his best to treat him. Furthermore, every part of the treatment was very accurate. Some were even ingenious that he had never thought of. As an expert, he had only gratitude towards Chu Yang. There was absolutely no doubt about it. Then, the problem lay with his body? But what problem could there be with his body? Wu Jueqing tried his best to check his body, but he couldn't find anything. Another day later, Wu Jueqing discovered that his condition had worsened even more. And now, he finally discovered where the problem lay. The sword intent? The sword intent was rapidly absorbing his energy. Every time he mobilized a little, it would absorb a little. In his current state, there was no way he could resist its absorption at all. If he was in his complete state, this bit of loss could be recovered with a breath. He wouldn't take it to heart or notice it at all. But at a time like this, it was completely life-threatening. I'm still struggling at death's door. How am I going to recover if you absorb my energy like this? Chapter 1136. Early in the morning, in front of the gate of the Zhuge clan. The Zhuge clan was holding a funeral these few days. There were white flowers at the gate, and the whole street outside the gate was filled with baskets of white flowers. It was quite a spectacular sight. It snowed heavily for a whole month and only stopped today. There were still sporadic snowflakes falling from the sky, and the sky was still gloomy. The guards were dressed in hemp clothes with hemp ropes around their waists. There were white flowers pinned on their chests, and they looked sorrowful. There was a solemn atmosphere between heaven and earth. There were cries in the inner court. Today was the day of the funeral of the dozens of supreme martial artists who had died. At this moment, the guards' eyes moved, and they revealed a look of surprise. In the distance, there was a sea of white flowers, and a black-clothed man was walking towards them confidently. He was alone, but he was so conspicuous. The white snow and the white flowers were like a sea. The world was snow-white, but suddenly there was a touch of black. The two guards were surprised. The people who came and went these few days, even if they were from other clans, were all dressed in white. It was as if there was only white left between heaven and earth. Why was there still someone dressed in black coming at this time? The black-clothed man walked over leisurely with his hands behind his back. His steps were relaxed, and his eyes looked at the words written on both sides of the wall. He looked here, there, and here. His expression was relaxed and confident, but his actions were like a country bumpkin who had suddenly entered a big city. There was an indescribable sense of novelty and curiosity, and there was a kind of admiration of how fun, how spectacular. But now, it was the saddest time for them, the time of the funeral. Such a person had actually appeared. He was simply deliberately attracting their anger. The anger in the hearts of the two guards started to burn bit by bit. In the distance, a few more white-clothed people came to offer their condolences. They were from other clans. They were dressed in white and walked very quickly. Not long after, they overtook the black-clothed man in front. One of them turned his head and looked as if he wanted to say something, but the other covered his mouth and dragged him over. He hurriedly greeted them and entered the gate. He didn't even look back. The black-clothed man came to the gate, and his gaze was still wandering around. The two guards held back their anger and said, "Who are you? And what are you here for?" The black-clothed man tilted his neck. "Oh," he nodded. She smiled and then continued to look at the white flowers that stretched to the horizon. He clicked his tongue and said, "So many white flowers, so beautiful. Motherfucker, how many people must have died? TSK, TSK, TSK. So pitiful, so pitiful. There's another batch of orphans and widows in the world." The guard was furious. "So you're here to cause trouble?" The black-clothed man rolled his eyes and said angrily, "How can a gatekeeper like you speak like that? What do you mean by causing trouble? I have a kind heart. My heart is filled with the sufferings of the world. How did I become a troublemaker when I expressed my feelings today? Could it be that this dead person didn't leave behind a widow or an orphan? Aren't these orphans and widows pitiful?" The two guards trembled with anger and drew their swords. "Who are you?" The black-clothed man didn't even look at them. He said, "Please report to Clan Master Zhuge that Chu Yang has come to offer his condolences. At the same time, he also wants to discuss some matters with Clan Master Zhuge." As soon as he heard the name Chu Yang, the two guards were dumbstruck, as if they had been struck by lightning. Who was the person that the Zhuge clan was most afraid of? Chu Yang, or rather, the forces on Chu Yang's side. Because these more than 50 supreme martial artists who had all died in the hands of Chu Yang's forces. In the Battle of Slaying of the Tao, all of them were wiped out, and the other party naturally won a complete victory. The other party could still achieve such an impressive result in the face of the combined forces of the 8 superclans and the law enforcement officers. This kind of strength was terrifying. "Please wait for a moment. I'll go in and report." One of the guards cupped his fists and bowed. His gaze was complicated. He looked at Chu Yang with fear and anger, then turned and went in. Chu Yang walked in circles at the door with his hands behind his back. He kept laughing and saying, "Spectacular. Really spectacular. Really fucking spectacular." The other guard was so angry that he trembled all over, but he didn't dare to say anything. Finally, the guard who went in to report hurriedly came out. "Clan Master invites you to meet him in the morning hall." Then, a person walked out quickly and bowed. "Thank you for coming to offer your condolences. The entire Zhuge clan is very grateful." Chu Yang smiled and cupped his fists. "It's okay. Regardless of friend or foe, there's always a battle. These formalities still have to be done." When others came to offer their condolences, Their faces were all solemn. Even if they were happy, they would pretend to be grieving. But this guy was not only full of smiles, but the words he said made people want to punch him to death on the spot. The muscles on the face of the person who came out to receive the guest spasmed. His eyes revealed deep hatred. He held it in and said, "No matter what, it's a kind gesture that you can come." Chu Yang laughed and walked forward. He murmured, kind gesture, kind gesture. Hee hee, hee hee. The person behind almost ground his teeth to pieces. But finally, he brought young Master Chu all the way to the morning hall. They actually walked for quite a long time. Along the way, Chu Yang looked as if he was admiring the scenery. He clicked his tongue in wonder. So nice. This house is so nice. These flowers and trees are so stylish. They must have been here for tens of thousands of years. This place is so big. I don't know how many people's houses have been taken over. This place is so beautiful. Sigh, just a random brick and an ordinary family won't have to worry about food and water for the rest of their lives. His words were strange. His voice was strange. His posture was strange. His tone was strange. The person who led the way didn't make a sound. He tried his best not to make a sound. He was afraid that once he opened his mouth, he wouldn't be able to control himself and curse the 18 generations of this guy's ancestors. The morning hall was very big. The people inside were dressed in snow-white clothes. It was densely packed. All the trumpeters and drummers in Tianji City were here. Once someone came to offer their condolences, the sound of the drums would rise and fall. According to the rules of the heavens, once a family member passed away at over 100 years old, they would be considered to have lived a long life. On the day of the funeral, trumpeters and drummers would come and play for the whole day. Amidst the mournful music, they would send the family member to paradise. The people from the Zhuge clan who had died this time were all more than 100 years old. There were dozens of people who were more than 100 years old. Once they entered the mourning hall, they saw countless people squeezed here. Everyone looked solemn. In the mourning hall, the people from the Zhuge clan were dressed in mourning clothes. They stood in 4 neat rows on both sides. At the back of the mourning hall, there were sobbing sounds. It was the womenfolk of the deceased who were crying. The number 1 pharmacist of the Southeast Law Enforcement Officers, the number 7 pharmacist of the Medicine Valley, Chu Yang, is here to offer his condolences. The person who shouted the number received the note and shouted without hesitation. Only after shouting did he realize what he had shouted. He was so scared that he trembled. His hand shook and the note fluttered to the ground. In an instant, the entire space fell silent. Chu Yang? Why is he here? It was only a moment of silence. The trumpeters and drummers around suddenly started playing. In the silence, it seemed even louder and louder. It resounded through the clouds. But immediately after, the trumpeters and drummers also realized that something was wrong. Why did the name come out? Why did everyone keep quiet? Even the womenfolk inside stopped crying, then they stopped again. With this change, it was as if someone had stomped on a dog. The dog barked and quickly ran away. The people from the Zhuge clan who welcomed the guests came forward. Their faces were stiff and somewhat forced. "Thank you for coming to offer your condolences. Please come in." On the day of the funeral, no matter how big the world was, the deceased were the most important. Therefore, the Zhuge clan was most afraid of any accidents happening on this day. But most people would not take advantage of this time to create trouble, because creating trouble at this time was an irreconcilable enmity. In the future, both parties would not rest until one side was dead. They would fight forever, until one side was completely annihilated. And Chu Yang came at this time. This was equivalent to expressing his attitude. I, Chu Yang, will not rest until one side is dead with the Zhuge clan. And there was a deeper layer of consideration. Chu Yang was not a reckless person. How could he not know that it was very inappropriate for him to come today? No matter how big the enmity was, a person's death was the most important thing. It was immoral to disturb on the day of the funeral. But if Chu Yang did not come today, there would be endless trouble in the future. If something went wrong, he might not be able to leave this Tianji city forever. Everyone on his side would lose their lives. The reason for this was thought-provoking. Chu Yang chuckled and said gently, "It's my duty. It's my duty. No matter what, I can't absolve myself from the blame for the deaths of all of you elders." When he said this, the faces of those few people instantly became distorted. "Why do you have to do this? You already have the upper hand. They have already died in your hands. Why do you have to do this on the day of their funeral? Isn't this going too far? Please come in." The usher led Chu Yang in. Inside the mourning hall, the usher stepped aside and only Chu Yang was left. Thousands of sorrowful and indignant gazes shot towards him from all directions. Chu Yang took 2 steps forward and received the incense and candles. He stood up straight, bowed, and said in a loud voice, "Alas, all of you have unfortunately passed away. Your former heroic reputation has turned into sorrow. After the storm, you are insignificant. Zhang Hu's iron blood is comparable to the legends. I pay tribute to you in the past. Who dares to challenge you?" White mountains and black waters faced the ocean. Your name spread far and wide. How many orphans were raised by you? How many widows and widows were hurt by you? Just a word of disagreement, and you drew your sword. Who dares to speak out when your clan is powerful? White bones under your hands piled up like mountains. Blood under your hands flowed in the 4 seas. When you pass away today, the world goes crazy. Singing and dancing, resentment and hatred are repaid. From now on, who will be the strongest in the world? Alas, I pay tribute to you." Then, Chu Yang took a step forward and inserted the incense and candles into the incense burner. He bowed again and raised his head. When these words came out, the entire Zhuge clan became silent. Even a trumpeter outside who was a little closer heard these words. He was so scared that his face turned pale. The trombone in his hand fell to the ground. He didn't dare to pick it up. Everyone in the mourning hall was livid. They looked at Chu Yang with eyes that seemed to spit fire. A few people's facial muscles trembled. They couldn't control themselves and took a step forward. They wanted to settle the score with this guy. "Chu Yang, what do you mean?" One of them jumped out and glared at Chu Yang. "Today's first update. Something really happened yesterday. I was so angry that my whole body trembled. I couldn't calm down for a long time. If it was just a book review, it would be fine. But someone actually didn't hesitate to subscribe to the group. He found my QQ number and wrote a copy in advance. He crazily scolded me. Filthy words. It's simply. Sigh. Before I could come back to my senses, he was already gone. Then, he blacklisted me. I wanted to scold him back, but I couldn't. I held my breath just like that. I was so angry that my face turned green. My whole body trembled for a long time. I couldn't write any more words. My head was buzzing like glue. Then, I went to deal with the book review. I wanted to calm down, but I saw a bunch of things that didn't go well. I was so angry that I broke down. I couldn't help but vent my anger. I made a fool of myself. This is today's first update. I will continue to write the second update. Please support me with your monthly votes. Thank you. G. To be continued. Chapter 11:37. Cough. I'm confused. The previous chapter should be Chapter 418. I typed it wrongly. I can't change the name of the chapter. Please forgive me, everyone. G. Whether it's an enemy or a friend, we have to respect them. Chu Yang looked up and said, "The dead are the most important. I'm here to offer my condolences. Does the Zhuge clan not even have this little bit of tolerance?" Zhuge Yunshan, who had been standing at the head of the table, said with a gloomy face, "Brother Chu, you're not here just to offer your condolences, right?" Chu Yang smiled and said, "You're really wise. I'm here for a few matters. The first is to offer my condolences to the elders. The second is to discuss some matters with you. As for the third matter, I'm also here to invite you for help." Zhuge Yunshan's eyes flashed. "Divine Dr. Chu, do you mean that it's not convenient to discuss in detail here?" Chu Yang said straightforwardly, "Clan head, please move to another place. I'll talk to you face to face." Zhuge Yunshan pondered for a while and said, "You all stay here and take care of things. I'll have a good talk with Divine Dr. Chu." Someone roared, "What's the point of talking to this kind of person? Just beat him to death and throw him out." Zhuge Yunshan said angrily, "Shut up. What day is it today? How dare you be so presumptuous? After today, Go to the clan's discipline hall immediately to receive your punishment." Then he turned around and said to Chu Yang, "Divine Dr. Chu, please." Chu Yang smiled and said, "Please." He followed Zhuge Yunshan out. Behind, there was a commotion. The people of the Zhuge clan were about to go crazy. One by one, they cursed. They came to the study room of the Zhuge clan. After they sat down, Zhuge Yunshan ordered the servant to serve tea. He then said, "Divine Dr. Chu, what do you want to tell me? Please say it clearly." Chu Yang smiled lightly and did not say anything. Instead, he asked strangely, "Clan head, do you think that I'm right to come here today?" No matter how good Zhuge Yunshan's self-restraint was, he almost jumped up in anger because of this sentence. "You've been humiliating the living and the dead today. You've been scolded. Do you think that you're right to come here? Now, you've actually taken advantage of the situation and asked me directly. Do you think that you're right, Divine Dr. Chu? Do you think that you've come at the right time?" Zhuge Yunshan held back his anger and asked lightly. "Yes." Chu Yang said resolutely and decisively, "Coming here today is really the right choice." Zhuge Yunshan's face instantly turned purple. He lifted his head and looked at Chu Yang fiercely. "Chu Yang, aren't you going a little too far?" "That's not true. My coming here today is also a great thing for your Zhuge clan." Chu Yang said frankly, "How is this going too far?" Zhuge Yunshan said angrily, "You came here today to mock and ridicule us, and it's a good thing? How preposterous." Chu Yang sneered and said, "Clanmaster Zhuge, may I ask how the Zhuge clan is feeling today? Did anyone discuss revenge? Was there anyone who was plotting something? These. Master Zhuge, you can't possibly say that you don't know, right?" Zhuge Yunshan was speechless. Indeed, in the past few days, the Zhuge clan had been discussing revenge. It was all thanks to the efforts of the higher-ups that this wave was temporarily suppressed, and today's funeral would only make the Zhuge clan's wave of revenge even more ferocious. Zhuge Yunshan was still worried about this matter previously, because, after today, the atmosphere had reached its boiling point. It could no longer be suppressed. Forcefully suppressing it with an iron fist might instead cause internal strife. Since Clanmaster Zhuge doesn't say anything, I'll take it that you've agreed. I'll only say one thing. If your people go to take revenge, what will happen? Chu Yang sneered. He said indifferently, "We won't do things like showing mercy." This sentence was said without any trace of politeness. But Zhuge Yunshan started to ponder. Such a thing was definitely not impossible. Instead, it was already being prepared. It was definitely possible. Chu Yang said lightly, "Today, I've come here alone. I'm here to remind all of you not to do such a thing, to die for nothing." Zhuge Yunshan pondered for a while and said lightly, "Divine Dr. Chu, are you really so kind to come here today?" Chu Yang said lightly, "Is there any other possibility?" Zhuge Yunshan sneered and said, "After the battle of slaying Tao, your side has also suffered heavy losses, right? Even if our family were to act rashly and go there, it would still be possible for us to wipe you all out in one fell swoop. And Divine Dr. Chu is worried about such a thing now, right?" Chu Yang was actually worried about this matter, because the Zhuge clan had already become a mourning army. In such a situation, coupled with the funeral's fuse, there would be a few hotheads who would rush over. But why would he admit it now? He sneered and said, "Clanmaster Zhuge can go over now." Zhuge Yunshan stared at Chu Yang and said, "But, Divine Dr. Chu shouldn't be so kind to remind us." Chu Yang looked back at him without backing down and said lightly, "Of course, there's a reason. Because I also have a request for the Zhuge clan." "What request?" Zhuge Yunshan asked. "My third uncle Chu Feian has been detained by you." Chu Yang's face revealed a trace of indignation. "Clanmaster Zhuge, is this the method of a big clan? There's such a thing?" Zhuge Yunshan's eyes flickered. "If Clanmaster is willing to say that you don't know, then I'll take my leave." Chu Yang stood up and said, "From now on, I can only stay in Tianji City permanently. This place is covered in white snow, and the scenery is very good." How would Zhuge Yunshan allow this bastard to stay in Tianji City permanently? "It's okay if you stay here permanently, but you still have the Moonbreeze couple. If they also stay in Tianji City with you, then how can the Zhuge clan survive?" Slow down, Divine Dr. Chu, please don't be impatient. Zhuge Yunshan hurriedly stopped him and tried to persuade him to stay. He smiled and said, I think your third uncle must have been caught by mistake when we were searching for suspicious people, or else our Zhuge clan, after all, would not do such a thing. Chu Yang sneered and said, Caught by mistake? Yes, maybe it was by mistake. Zhuge Yunshan laughed dryly. Since it was by mistake, Clan Master Zhuge, please help me to release them. Chu Yang said lightly, This is the first thing that I need your permission to do. Zhuge Yunshan heaved a sigh of relief and said, Release? Haha, Divine Dr. Chu, you're asking me to release him with such an attitude? Chu Yang stood up and said, Actually, I also don't want to. It's the Moonbreeze couple who specially requested the Zhuge clan to release him on account of their friendship with the Zhuge clan. Since you're not willing, then I'll go back and report truthfully. Zhuge Yunshan's face changed. He hurriedly stood up and stopped him. This, of course, can be discussed. Since the Moonbreeze couple gave the order, then, haha, what did the Moonbreeze couple say? Chu Yang said, at that time, the Moonbreeze couple did not say anything, but the Moonbreeze couple did. The Moonbreeze couple said, Tell the Zhuge clan to release him. Otherwise, the two of us will go to the Zhuge clan's back garden for a stroll. Anyway, we haven't seen the sky for a long time. It's a good time to take a look at the sky. Chu Yang said, I don't quite understand this sentence. I can only tell you the exact words and will not explain further. The sky is the sky, I know this, but why must we go to the Zhuge clan's back garden to see it? Zhuge Yunshan smiled bitterly in his heart. What explanation is there for this sentence? This Sangqiong is not the same Sangqiong. Our elder is called Zhuge Sangqiong. The Moonbreeze couple also said that Lord Wu Jueqing's injuries are serious, and they want to bring him out to look for medicine to treat his injuries. But with so many mundane matters, it's hard for them to leave. If there's really no other way, they can only send people out, and the two of them will wait in Tianji City. Zhuge Yunshan said generously, Even if the Moonbreeze couple didn't have such a wish, our Zhuge clan will not hold innocent people and not release them. Divine Dr. Chu, please wait for a while. I'll go take a look at this matter and give you an explanation immediately. Divine Dr. Chu, please report back to the Moonbreeze couple. He thought to himself, they're indeed powerful. Even a person like Wu Jueqing has been captured. It's better to send such malefic people away as soon as possible. With them here, our Zhuge clan won't even have the appetite to eat. Chu Yang smiled and said, I'll go with you, Clan Master Zhuge. Clan Master Zhuge was captured by mistake. You probably don't know my third uncle. If I don't go, do you expect the Zhuge clan to release all the people they've captured? Zhuge Yunshan was stunned. He smiled bitterly and said, All right. He had just said that he didn't know who his third uncle was, and then released the person in question. Wouldn't that be slapping his own mouth? But it was also a little inappropriate to bring Chu Yang in, because the prison was a secret place of the Zhuge clan, and many important people were imprisoned there. And after capturing Chu Fan, the Zhuge clan thought that he was a rare commodity worth hoarding, and naturally wanted to lock him up properly. Naturally, he was also imprisoned in that kind of place. Who would have thought that this guy would actually use the tiger skin as a flag and directly come to their door to ask for him? Even threatening and frightening, his attitude was arrogant and unbearable. If he didn't give him up, he wouldn't be able to get through the Moonbreeze couple. If he gave him up, wouldn't it be a waste of effort? What should he do if he didn't give him up? Zhuge Yunshan was extremely conflicted. Just as he was thinking, he heard Chu Yang say, How is it, Clan Master Zhuge? To be honest, I've done your clan a big favor, right? Huh. Zhuge Yunshan was surprised. What the heck? What are you saying? In the end, it's you doing us a big favor? Chu Yang laughed and said, Isn't it so? Don't tell me that with the power of the Moonbreeze elders, you can't even save one person? Zhuge Yunshan only felt that his stomach was full of bitterness. He nodded repeatedly and said, Divine Dr. Chu's great kindness and righteousness, the Zhuge clan will always be grateful. He had no choice but to bring Chu Yang along. He thought to himself, quickly send this guy away. Let them leave Tianji City far away. In the future, the big clans won't care about this guy anymore, and just focus on preparing for the Tribulation Sword Master. Of course, when the time is right, I'll also give this guy a hard time. But I must not be caught red-handed. Chu Yang followed Zhuge Yunshan all the way. After walking for a while, they reached the entrance of the secret prison, but it was completely underground. The guard opened the door, and under the escort of 2 experts, the two walked all the way in. The further they walked, the darker it became. Continue to write the 3rd update. Begging for monthly votes and G. To be continued. Chapter 11:38. After walking for several thousand feet in a zigzag manner, the front suddenly began to brighten up. The tunnel was also a little drier. Luminous pearls hung on the stone walls, emitting a milky white light. After another long stretch of road, they started to head downwards. When they were halfway down, they could hear the sound of surging water outside. It seemed that there was an underground river not far from here. However, the water actually could not seep in at such a close distance. This kind of method could really be considered a work of the gods. After going down for another few hundred feet, Chu Yang suddenly realized that this place had turned into a strange stone wall. It was extremely hard. He tried to grab it, but with his current cultivation, he could not even scratch it. After going down for another few hundred feet, the ground started to stabilize and extend forward. On both sides, there were also prison cells. The people in the prison cells were all unkempt and unkempt. Their gazes did not waver as they watched the crowd walk past the door. It could be seen that these people's hearts were already dead. There was no hope. After walking all the way to the innermost part, Zhuge Yunshan asked, "The one we just caught, that Chu Feiyan? Where is he locked up?" A guard hurriedly said, "Just in front, locked up alone. After 2 more turns, we will reach." Chu Yang's expression did not change, but he sneered in his heart. How could Chu Yang not see that Zhuge Yunshan was putting on an act? However, after hearing this, Zhuge Yunshan was stunned for a moment. He asked, "When was he locked up there?" His heart instantly screamed, "Oh no. This Chu Feiyan was originally locked up in this row. When did he move to the inside?" Inside, there was someone locked up there. Someone took the clan token and transferred to another cell, the guard said helplessly. Zhuge Yunshan's face twitched. He turned to Chu Yang and said, "Divine Dr. Chu, since we are already here, why don't you wait here for a while and I will send him out?" Chu Yang smiled faintly and said, "Just like what Clan Master Zhuge said, since we are already here, what's the harm in going in to take a look? It's just a few steps." Zhuge Yunshan said bitterly, "All right, all right." He glared at the guard fiercely and walked forward. Sure enough, after 3 more turns, the security became even tighter. It was obvious that the security of this cell was at least 10 times higher than that of the other cells. Waves of divine consciousness intertwined back and forth. There were 2 cells in front of him, one on the left and one on the right. The cell on the left, there was one person. His entire body was locked up. His shoulder blades and ribs, his thigh bones and other parts of his body were pierced through by the iron chains, and he was restrained in the cell. However, he raised his head and glared fiercely at the crowd. Chu Yang's eyes flashed. He saw a crescent-shaped mark on this person's forehead. That elder of the 3 Stars Divine Clan? Was this the bargaining chip that Diwu Qingro had used to incite a war between the clans? He was actually imprisoned here? At this moment, Chu Yang suddenly understood what Zhuge Yunshan's weird expression meant. So that was what he was worried about. Chu Yang's heart moved as he thought of his own junior martial brother, Tan Tan. That day, he had talked with Tan Tan on the mountaintop. "I was originally the king of the 3 Stars Divine Clan." The way Chu Yang looked at the 3 Stars Divine Ancestors prisoner became gentler. Junior brother's subordinate. How could Chu Yang help him? Now, it was obviously impossible to rescue him together. But, this person is really pitiful, Chu Yang said lightly. Haha, this person has committed a heinous crime. Therefore, he is locked up here as a warning to others, Zhuge Yunshan said with an angry face. Oh, I see. Chu Yang nodded in understanding. So, he is a great devil. Zhuge Yunshan smiled and said, "Yes. However, even if he is a great devil, such cruel torture is really too much," Minister Chu said with compassion. Zhuge Yunshan rolled his eyes. "Your side slaughtered more than 700 supreme martial artists in one battle. Isn't that too much? How can you still have such a merciful heart? How about, I still have a piece of dried meat here. Let him eat it. Chu Yang flipped his hand and took out a small piece of venison. It was only half the size of a fist. This is not appropriate, right? Zhuge Yunshan said. As he spoke, he took the dried meat from Chu Yang's hand and examined it. That's right, this was just an ordinary piece of dried meat. There was nothing unusual about it. However, out of caution, Zhuge Yunshan still instinctively chose to reject it. Chu Yang rolled his eyes and said, "So stingy." He actually snatched the dried meat and threw it in with a shake of his hand. You. Zhuge Yunshan looked at him speechlessly. It's just a piece of meat. Chu Yang spread out his hands. The piece of meat that he threw in actually slanted a little. It brushed past the person's face and landed on the iron chain at the side. It dangled slightly. That person only needed to tilt his head, and he would be able to eat it. Zhuge Yunshan naturally would not be so stingy. The meat had already gone in. How could he go in and pick it out again? He walked forward with a heavy heart. No one noticed that a faint black smoke filled the air and floated in. Then, it floated out again. The person from the 3 Stars Divine Clan who was locked in the iron chain seemed to have felt something. His eyes suddenly lit up. He looked at Chu Yang gratefully, turned his head and put the piece of dried meat into his mouth. He chewed and swallowed it. He said with a muffled voice, "Thank you. If I can get out of here in the future, I will definitely repay the kindness of this piece of meat." Chu Yang ignored him and followed Zhuge Yunshan to the door of another prison cell. Just as they walked over, one of the people inside had already struggled to get up. He shouted angrily, "Let me out! Let me out! I don't know anything about the things that you asked. My daughter is still waiting for my medicine to save her life. Let me out, Chu Yang looked inside. Suddenly, his heart ached. Instantly, his anger rose. He turned to look at Zhuge Shanyun and said word by word, "Clanmaster Zhuge, this is what you meant by not making things difficult for him?" When Zhuge Shanyun saw this, he could not help but be stunned. He muttered, "What's going on?" There was a person inside. He was skinny and covered in blood. His eyes were lifeless. His treatment was the same as the person from the 3 Stars Divine Clan. His whole body was pierced by iron chains. Some of his bones were exposed. Half of his hair was also torn off. There were 3 or 4 burn marks on his chest. His left leg was twisted in a weird way. With one look, one could tell that it was broken. But his face was square. Although it was full of blood, Chu Yang could still see the shadows of his father Chu Feiling and his 4th uncle Chu Fian. This person was his 3rd uncle, Chu Feian. Undoubtedly. But he had suffered such injuries, such torture. At this moment, Chu Yang's anger rose to the sky. He could not wait to kill everyone in the Zhuge clan. I really did not expect this. Zhuge Yunshan was extremely embarrassed. After capturing Chu Feian, he had specially instructed Chu Yang, "Do not torture him too much." He did not expect that he would end up like this. How could this be called not torturing him too much? This was simply torturing him with all your might. What's going on? Zhuge Yunshan was furious. Aren't you going to release him? Immediately, a guard came over and opened the prison door. He carefully released Chu Feian, although his movements were light. But the iron chains were forcefully pulled out from his flesh and bones. What was the feeling? Chu Feian fainted a few times and woke up again. He gritted his teeth. Chu Yang hurried in and took out medicine. He first applied it on his 3rd uncle and cleaned his body. Then, he took out a bottle of spiritual spring water and fed it to him. Chu Feian felt as if he was in a dream. His body relaxed a lot. The pain was also reduced by half. He asked Chu Yang, who was lowering his head to correct his broken leg, "May I know who you are?" Chu Yang's heart ached. He said, "3rd uncle, I'm Chu Yang." Chu Feian was shocked. You are that, my big brother, that?" Chu Yang nodded. "I am, 3rd uncle. You are fine. Don't worry." Chu Feian smiled with relief. He said, "This is great news, child. Your parents have really found you." "Haha, great, great, great." Chu Yang forcefully suppressed the bitterness in his heart. However, Chu Feian's continuous ecstasy of "that's great" almost made Chu Yang tear up. He bent down. He carried Chu Feiyan on his back and said, "Third uncle, she is with me now. She is fine. Let's talk when we get out. You should quickly recover your energy." Chu Feiyan nodded. Then, he opened his eyes wide and said in disbelief, "Lure is fine? You are not lying to me?" Chu Yang nodded vigorously. "She is fine. I've already cured her of her illness." Okay. Chu Feiyan's eyes suddenly teared up. He said, "My daughter is fine." Ha ha ha. A burst of laughter followed his tears. Then, he lay on Chu Yang's back and fell asleep. Not long after, he started to snore. He was still laughing a moment ago, but the next moment, he was already snoring. Chu Yang's heart ached. Who knew what kind of life Chu Feiyan had been living all these years? It was already not easy to see Duan Shuyi in the Chu clan, but it was even harder for Chu Feiyan than for his wife. 1,000 times. Because he was a man. He was a husband and a father. Chu Feiyan's sufferings all these years were really indescribable. He had always been tense and never dared to rest. He was afraid that if he rested a little more, closed his eyes a little more, and did not work hard enough, his daughter would leave him forever. So, he never relaxed himself. Even when he was in the Zhuge clan's prison, it was still the same. Now, when he heard that his daughter was fine, his tensed nerves for more than 10 years finally relaxed. Suddenly, he could not take it anymore. He actually fell asleep in ecstasy at such a time, because he could finally sleep, because he had not slept in peace for more than 10 years, because he could finally rest assured. His daughter was saved. Chu Yang's heart ached. Hearing the tired snoring behind him, tears suddenly filled his eyes. Third update, please give me your monthly votes. Chapter 11:39. Chu Yang carried Chu Feiyan on his back and walked out of the cell. He saw Zhuge Yunshan in a rage. What is going on? Zhuge Yunshan's face was dark. As a big clan with a history of 10,000 years, such a thing actually happened. Torturing a prisoner like this was not right in the first place. The person was already caught. Was there a need to torture him like this? Moreover, he was Chu Yang's relative. This was a bargaining chip at the crucial moment. What kind of bargaining chip would you be if you tortured him badly? Other than adding fuel to the fire, there was no other use. How did Third Master Chu get injured? Zhuge Yunshan was furious. The guard bowed and stood, trembling. The sweat on his face dripped down. He stammered and did not dare to speak. Speak. Zhuge Yunshan was so angry that his whole body was trembling. He slapped the guard's face, and the guard was sent flying. He spun one round in the air before he landed on the ground. Chu Yang looked at him coldly. Zhuge Yunshan did not look like he was faking it. It looked like he really did not know about this. Otherwise, he would not have brought him here. But this did not reduce his hatred towards the Zhuge clan by a little. The guard got up from the ground. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, but he did not dare to hide it anymore. It's second young master, the guard said while trembling. Zhuge Changcheng? Chu Yang asked in a strange manner. Yes. Why? Zhuge Yunshan was surprised. What hatred does Zhuge Changcheng have with Chu Feiyan? Is there a need to torture him like this? It's like this. That day, second young master came with the elder's token. He interrogated a person in the earth room. After he finished, he asked about the person from the Chu clan. Where is he? The guard said with a trembling voice, at that time, Li San-er and I were on duty, so we told him. Then he took the token and came here. After he went in, he said, how can such a bastard be given such preferential treatment? Men, punish him like the bastard from the divine clan. Why? Chu Yang asked. At that time, second young master said, your Chu clan is not in the southeast. Why did you come out to fuck your mother instead of hiding in the southeast? Your little bastard actually dared to steal the woman I fancied. He must be tired of living. Then, second young master began to use all kinds of methods to torture this Chu. Third master. The guard trembled. He didn't dare to look at Zhuge Yunshan. For Wu Qianqian? Chu Yang asked strangely, the younger brother of the Moon Breeze Supreme Martial Artists? Yes. The guard stammered, at that time, I vaguely heard such a name. Zhuge Yunshan's lips trembled. For a woman? Chu Yang nodded slowly. His eyes became as cold as ice. He squinted and said indifferently, Good. What is Zhuge clan? Zhuge Changchang. No wonder Zhuge Changchang knew so much about Chu Fan. So this guy had actually done such a thing. Zhuge Changchang alone couldn't have accomplished this. You also participated, right? Chu Yang's eyes were cold as he asked. I deserve to die. The guard knelt down in front of Zhuge Yunshan, his entire body trembling. Since you still know that you deserve to die, then you haven't gone mad. Chu Yang said indifferently and took a step forward. He stepped hard on the guard's shoulder and stomped down hard. A pitiful cry resounded in the underground cavern. That guard was stepped on by Chu Yang. His entire left shoulder and arm seemed to have been smashed a few hundred times by a mountain-splitting hammer. His entire left shoulder was smashed into pieces. Stop. Even if my clan members make mistakes, they will be punished according to the clan rules. Since when was it your turn? Zhuge Yunshan was furious. You actually dare to commit violence against my clan members in front of me? Chu Yang laughed and kicked the guard out. With a clang, the guard hit the opposite metal door and fell to the ground, turning into a pile of minced meat. The 3 stars divine ancestor elder inside had a look of satisfaction in his eyes. He shouted, Good. This is really fucking satisfying. It seemed that he had also suffered a lot from this guard in this underground prison. Chu Yang kicked the guard out. Then, he turned his head and looked at Zhuge Yunshan with disdain. He said arrogantly, I attacked your subordinate in front of you. What are you going to do about it? Zhuge Yunshan was so angry that his face turned purple. He panted and said, Good, good, Chu Yang. I will remember you today. Chu Yang laughed coldly. I don't need you to remember me, because I have already remembered your Zhuge clan. One day, I will definitely come here personally to take revenge and collect the blood debt with my own hands. Zhuge Yunshan's hair almost stood up. He said sternly, The Zhuge clan will be waiting for you any time. Chu Yang laughed loudly. He carried Chu Fan on his back and led the way. He pretended not to hear Zhuge Yunshan's words. His arrogant attitude made everyone who saw him feel their teeth itch. When he reached the corner, there was a sudden movement in front of him. An elder in sackcloth appeared in front of him and blocked Chu Yang's path. He asked Zhuge Yunshan, Clanmaster, who is this? Such a serious criminal. Chu Yang scolded, A good dog doesn't block the way. Get out of my way. The elder was scolded before he could finish his sentence. He was instantly enraged. What a junior. Do you really want to die? Chu Yang took big steps forward and said coldly, You are right. Come, come, come. Kill me. Kill me. Come and kill me. You don't dare to kill me? If you don't dare to kill me, then you are a son of a bitch. Zhuge Yunshan shouted anxiously from behind, Don't be rash. Stop. He stood in front of Chu Yang and explained anxiously, This is Divine Dr. Chu. He is the messenger of the supreme martial artists Ning and Bu. He is the son-in-law of the supreme martial artists Feng and Yu. He is here on the orders of the supreme martial artists to pick someone up. The elder's face was originally purple. He was so angry that he was about to attack. When he heard this prominent identity, he actually trembled violently. He immediately took 2 steps back. The messenger of Ning and Bu, the son-in-law of Feng and Yu. With such an identity, he could really do whatever he wanted in this heavenly continent. Almost 800 supreme martial artists besieged Feng and Yu and Bu Luqing, but they were all killed by the other party. Luckily, he didn't do anything. This junior was here on orders. If he killed him, no matter which of these people came to find him, it would be a huge trouble. Now that the Zhuge clan had lost more than 50 supreme martial artists, it was at its weakest. If these people came to find him, it would really be a disaster for the clan. The elder took 2 steps back, but still looked at Chu Yang fiercely. But this junior's words were too infuriating. Why? You don't dare to kill me? Chu Yang walked over and looked at the elder from the corner of his eyes. He sneered, I don't think your mother gave you the guts to kill me. Since you don't dare to, why don't you get out of my way? What are you doing here? Waiting for your reward? Or are you addicted to being scolded? Zhuge Yunshan was so anxious that sweat broke out on his forehead. Looks like this guy is mad because of his third uncle's injuries. He actually has the drive to die here. If he doesn't die here, he won't stop? It doesn't matter if you fucking die here, but don't implicate the Zhuge clan. He hurried forward and pushed away the elder who was so angry that he was foaming at the mouth. He came back and led Chu Yang out quickly. Grandpa, please leave quickly. I really can't take it anymore. Chu Yang said as he walked. Zhuge clan master, don't you think these people in your clan are asking for it? Just like that person just now. What does it have to do with him? Why did he have to come out and get scolded? Isn't that so? He felt good after being scolded. So, he left with satisfaction. It seems that he came out this time just to get scolded. Isn't this a fucking despicable act? I really can't understand. Zhuge Yunshan led the way in front with a black face, as if he was opening the way for him. Inside, the elder of the 3 Stars Divine Clan couldn't help but smile. This benefactor is really interesting. Thinking about it, he was about to activate his martial arts to dissolve the elixir that this benefactor used to hide in his breast to recover from his injuries. Then he heard his benefactor from the catacombs shouting, "My name is Chu Yang. I am Chu Yang. I came to the Zhuge clan and now I'm leaving." What? Ha ha ha. What a person with character. The elder of the divine clan smiled in his heart. This little one wasn't the kind of person who didn't expect repayment for his kindness. The last sentence seemed to be deliberately to anger the people of the Zhuge clan, but in fact, it was to tell him his identity. Quickly go out, I'll wait for you to repay me. The elder of the divine clan couldn't help but want to laugh. How could there be such a person in this world? You're not a gentleman, you're not a villain. Don't worry, I'll definitely repay you. During this period, the elder of the divine clan had already lost all hope. The agreement with the Diwu clan seemed to have come to nothing. They didn't let him out according to the agreement. Moreover, that Diwu Qingru had also specially come to explain this matter to him. His identity was too important, the security was too tight, and it was not easy to carry out the operation. He could only wait quietly for the right time and slowly plan. But how long would this waiting quietly for the right time and slowly planned take? But this was something that everyone was well aware of. His cultivation was sealed, and he couldn't absorb any energy of heaven and earth here. There was no hope of recovery. How could he get out? But this time, although he didn't know what elixir this young man had put in that piece of deer meat, but after taking it, the elder of the divine clan clearly felt that his dried-up dantian had begun to gather energy, and his cultivation was actually starting to recover step by step. As his cultivation recovered, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth also slowly gathered. As long as he was given some time, he would be able to fully recover. By then, even without external help, he could kill his way out alone. I heard that the Zhuge clan had now lost more than 50 supreme martial artists. Is their strength weak? The elder of the divine clan thought silently, and then he started to cultivate. His whole body slowly emitted a kind of moonlight brilliance. Slowly, the part of the iron chain that bound him and passed through his body, the part inside his muscles, actually began to slowly corrode. To be continued. Chapter 1140. Chu Yang shouted and scolded along the way. He scolded everyone in the Zhuge clan's dungeon. Every time he met someone, he would give them a slap in the face. Every slap would knock out at least 2 teeth. Along the way out, many people had already been bullied by him. In the end, Zhuge Yunshan decided to open up a path for him. Whenever he saw people from afar, he would avoid them. Finally out of the cave, Zhuge Yunshan's face was as ugly as the dark clouds in the sky. He said, "Chu Yang, you have saved your third uncle. It's time to leave, right?" "Of course I'm leaving." Chu Yang rolled his eyes and sneered. "Even if the Zhuge clan mobilizes all the beauties in Tianji City to keep me, I won't bother to stay here." Zhuge Yunshan's anger rose. "You wish mobilizing all the beauties in Tianji City for you? Do you have the right to do that? If that's the case, I won't send you off." Zhuge Yunshan was about to leave. "Wait," Chu Yang said, "I have other things to do these days. But my third uncle needs treatment urgently, so I won't do it. Clanmaster, please pass on a message. What message? Zhuge Yunshan couldn't stay any longer. Elder's phone, and you asked me to pass on a message to your elder master, Chu Yang said lightly. Zhuge Yunshan's expression turned serious. Elder's phone, and you wanted to pass on a message to our elder master? Chu Yang snorted and said directly, that's what the two elders said. You can pass on the message to your elder master. Is the man in black you? If it's you, come and apologize. If it's not you, come and clarify. You only have 1 day. If you don't come, we'll go. Zhuge Yunshan's expression changed. Chu Yang carried Chu Feiyan on his back and asked for a blanket from the Zhuge clan. He wrapped it around his third uncle and then left with a sneer. Alone, making a big fuss and returning in style. This arrogance, this unruliness was simply displayed incisively and vividly. Looking at Chu Yang's back view, Zhuge Yunshan's face showed a thoughtful expression. Chu Yang must have something to rely on. This was inevitable. Otherwise, why would he dare to barge into the Zhuge clan with his strength alone? And the more arrogant he was, the more it showed that his moon breeze and Yu's battle power was not damaged. And his words were laced with threats. In the end, he even brought it up. Get Zhuge Zhangqiang to go and apologize. Or clarify. If he was truly weak, why would he do such a thing? Clanlord, this Chu Yang has gone too far. Why don't we just take him down? Someone at the side asked softly. The man's face flashed with anger, almost unable to contain it. Idiot! Zhuge Yunshan was furious. Do you know why he is so arrogant? He wants us to deal with him. If we attack him, Moon Breeze will have a reason to attack us. Wouldn't that be falling into his trap? But if we kill him, we'll kill him. Even if the Moon Breeze couple were to attack us, what good would it do him? That person said hatefully. Zhuge Yunshan took a deep breath and muttered to himself, could it be that there is more to this than meets the eye? Chu Yang seems to be very impatient. Zhuge Yunshan paced back and forth. Are the Moon Breeze couple going to leave as well? After they leave, it will be difficult to borrow their strength again? Could it be? The person beside him also suddenly woke up and said, that's right. This place is indeed thought-provoking. After a pause, he said, Clanlord, eldest young master, and the rest are preparing to find trouble with Chu Yang tomorrow morning after the funeral today. Zhuge Yunshan said furiously, bastard, as the Clanlord, I am already enduring such humiliation. Does this bastard really want to destroy the entire Zhuge clan? He walked back angrily. Tomorrow, the people from the clan's disciplinary hall will wait at the door. Whoever dares to step out of the house will be beheaded immediately. Yes. Zhuge Yunshan walked all the way to the secret location of the clan. He thought to himself, that black-robed man that Chu Yang mentioned. It was really ridiculous. Elder Master had always been dressed in linen clothes. What black-robed man? And the Moon Breeze couple actually requested for people to go and clarify things. Zhuge Yunshan felt extremely depressed. Chu Yang carried Chu Feiyan and walked out of the main gate of the Zhuge clan. Just as he was about to use his martial arts, he saw a group of people in white walking towards him. The one at the front was Diwu Qingru. Seeing Chu Yang carrying someone out of the Zhuge clan alone, even Diwu Qingru was shocked. So it's Brother Chu, Diwu Qingru said lightly. The people behind him all showed hatred in their eyes when they saw Chu Yang. The 5 supreme martial artists of their clan had died in Chu Yang's hands. Although they were the ones who attacked Chu Yang first, and from Chu Yang's point of view, they deserved to die. But they were after all half of the Diwu clan's battle power. Brother Diwu? Chu Yang was startled. He smiled and said, your clan is here to pay their respects? Yes, Diwu Qingru smiled and said, the 5 people of our clan had their funeral yesterday. So today, we have specially come to send off the elders of the Zhuge clan. There was absolutely no fluctuation in Diwu Qingru's voice. However, he emphasized that there are 5 people from our clan. Especially when he said the word 5, it was slightly dragged out. Behind him, the people of the Diwu clan all thought that Diwu Qingru was settling scores with Chu Yang. There was a sense of mutual hostility. They couldn't help but have a common enemy. Oh, your clan also lost 5 people? Chu Yang smiled lightly and said, they must have taken part in some conspiracy? Got caught in the crossfire? Diwu Qingru said lightly, there is a conspiracy, but we can't help it. Chu Yang said lightly, maybe we can't help it, but in a battle, swords have no eyes. They can't recognize who is from the Diwu clan and who is from the Zhuge clan. Diwu Qingru's eyes moved and he said, according to what Brother Chu said, they deserve to die? Chu Yang smiled and said, their surname is Diwu, first name is Diwu, 5 went, 5 died. You people of the Diwu clan might as well carve the word 5 on your faces. Diwu Qingru sneered and said, no matter where it is carved, it won't live when it's time to die. That's right. Chu Yang laughed and said, the Diwu clan is really fated with the word 5. It's a pity that I, Chu Yang, am not fated with the word 5. No matter where you carve it, no matter when. I haven't seen it. Diwu Qingru said lightly, the people of the Diwu clan all have the pride of the Diwu clan. Usually, you can't tell from the outside. You need to look at the inside. Chu Yang smiled lightly and said, I'm about to leave Tianji City. In the future, I'll see the inside of the Diwu clan. As he said, he clasped his hands and said, goodbye. Diwu Qingru clasped his hands and said, the mountains are high and the rivers are wide. Take care. I don't believe in how high the mountains are. How wide the rivers are. Chu Yang laughed and carried Chu Feiyan on his back. He flew away. Diwu Qingru looked at Chu Yang's back view, and his face was heavy. His eyes were cold. Only the two of them could really understand the conversation between the two of them just now. The word 5 had opened a rift between the two of them. Diwu Qingru knew that he was scheming this time. He had really angered Chu Yang. Chu Yang might understand his difficulties, but after all, he had gone overboard this time. Chu Yang's last sentence showed his attitude. I won't trust you anymore. This person is really arrogant. Behind him, an elder looked at the direction where Chu Yang had left and said coldly, I can't stand him. Diwu Qingru said lightly, the people of the 8 superclans can't stand him, but the 400 to 500 supreme martial artists of the 8 superclans are already buried. Yet, he's still alive and kicking. So what if you can't stand him? He waved his sleeves and said, as a person, you must remember that when you don't care about others, others will also not like you. When you want to kill someone, you have to start guarding against that person coming to kill you at any time. Go in. Chu Yang's matter has come to an end for the time being. No one is allowed to mention it again. Chu Yang returned to the Orchard Palace. Thinking of what Diwu Qingru had said to him along the way, he snorted coldly in his heart. Luckily, I was careful. Otherwise, I would have really been tricked by you. As soon as he entered, Chu Lu-er, who had been waiting for him, hurried out to welcome him. Chu Feiyan was still in a deep sleep. Chu Yang carefully placed Chu Feiyan on the bed that had been prepared beforehand and started to treat every wound on his body carefully. Seeing her father being tortured so miserably, Chu Lu-er's tears flowed down her cheeks. Big brother, what happened to my father? Although Chu Lu-er was very strong, she was still a little girl after all. She wiped her tears and asked. It was done by the people of Zhuge clan, Chu Yang said in a heavy voice. The person who did this is currently imprisoned here. Me? Zhuge Changchang? Chu Lu-er's eyes suddenly shone brightly as she asked through gritted teeth. Yes, the cause is me. Chu Yang didn't hide anything and explained the reason why Zhuge Changchang did it. How can I blame you? Chu Lu-er said hatefully, it's all Zhuge Changchang's fault. I won't let him off easily. Chu Yang nodded. Since you say so, I'll leave Zhuge Changchang to you. Chu Lu-er nodded vigorously. Chu Yang stared at Chu Lu-er and said word by word, Lu-er, you need to remember that in this world, the weak are prey to the strong. It's not rare to be tortured. If we don't become stronger, we'll still encounter such things in the future. We'll still be tortured. After all, we're still too weak. Do you understand? I understand. Big brother. Chu Lu-er nodded vigorously. Also, you're learning the art of poison, and it's a unique martial art. So, in terms of temperament you need to train. Chu Yang said seriously, don't kill those who shouldn't be killed, but don't be soft-hearted towards those who deserve to die. Yes, big brother. Chu Lu bit her thin red lips and said, "If you're not ruthless, you won't be able to stand firm." Big brother, you want to say this, right? Chu Yang was stunned. He was speechless. When did the little lass learn to say these words? Chu Lu bit her red lips and stared at the white snow on the ground. She said softly, "I'll make this Zhuge Changchang regret living in this world." Her voice was very soft. It was as soft as a wisp of smoke, slowly dissipating as soon as she said it. But Chu Yang actually shuddered. The second update. Begging for votes. I'll continue to write the third update. Gee. To be continued. Chapter 1141. Among the Chu brothers, Dong Wushang's injuries had already mostly recovered. The dark saber had also been reconnected by Chu Yang. It was even more powerful than before it was broken. Mo Er's injuries were also more or less healed. Mo Qingwu had already started to run back and forth. Occasionally, she would hug the ring that Bu Luqing left behind before he broke through the void and mumble to herself. It was obvious that although the little girl was often mischievous when Master Bu was around, his departure this time was quite a big blow to Mo Qingwu. Rue Batong had fully recovered and even improved. In the past few days, he had swayed his shoulders and walked back and forth in front of Dong Wushang. This made Dong Wushang gnash his teeth in hatred. He wished he could recover completely right now and give this fellow a good thrashing. In fact, he was afraid that he would beat him to death so that he could advance one more time. But he really couldn't tolerate this. He had to admit that it was really a bird's breath. Meng Chaoran had taken on the role of housekeeper and full-time nanny during this period of time. The Moon Breeze couple walked back and forth in the courtyard with their hands behind their backs. They walked in a circle, facing each other with a distance of 4 to 5 feet. They walked in a circle, which seemed to contain a strange rhythm. After Chu Yang finished treating Chu Feiyan's injuries, he came out just in time to see them. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "Seniors, what are you doing?" Yu Lingxue smiled lightly and said, "Chu Yang, come and see. This time, it's our new comprehension after our injuries." Chu Yang's interest was immediately piqued. He went forward and asked, "New comprehension?" "Yes, a brand new comprehension. And this kind of comprehension is especially useful for you guys," Yu Lingxue said with a smile. "I'd like to hear the details," Chu Yang said with great interest. Yu Lingxue smiled and said, "In the past, when we practiced, there was a saying called absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and swallowing the essence of the sun and moon. Is that right?" "Yes. Wrong. Very wrong," Yu Lingxue said seriously. "This time, when we were injured during the cold days, both of us were practicing in the room. We felt a little stuffy, so we walked out. However, because our vital energy was damaged and our body's foundation was injured, we couldn't absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth above us. We could only take a walk in the courtyard and try to recover our physical body. However, during this process, because we couldn't absorb the spiritual energy of heaven, we instead felt a surge of heat from the spring under our feet. And this heat is different from the heavenly spirit qi in the past." Yu Lingxue smiled and said, "I tried to use this heat to guide and unblock my meridians, and it was actually quite effective. After thinking long and hard, I finally understood one thing. In the past, our cultivation methods were a little one-sided." Chu Yang pondered and said, "What Elder Yu means is, the so-called spiritual energy of heaven and earth that we've absorbed in the past is actually just spiritual energy of heaven?" Yu Lingxue smiled in relief. "Exactly. In the past, when we practice martial arts, we are used to absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth from the top of our heads and around our bodies. Generally, we don't pay attention to what's below our feet. Even if I did absorb earth qi, it's just a very small amount. So this is the flaw of the cultivation method. For tens of thousands of years, countless seniors had racked their brains to improve their cultivation methods, but they had never been able to achieve perfection. The real reason lies in this. Heaven and earth are out of balance. How can it be perfect?" Yu Lingxue said, "Chu Yang, the so-called inner demons, the so-called qi deviation, the so-called heavenly punishment, these are the real reasons." Chu Yang seemed to have realized something. Senior, please advise me. Cultivation methods are all thoroughly tempered over tens of thousands of years. There are basically no mistakes. However, the only thing that is not absorbed is earth qi. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is completely different from earth qi. Listen to me carefully. Earth qi is beneficial to any cultivation method. The details are like this. Yu Lingxue said slowly. Chu Yang's expression was solemn as he memorized it carefully. After a long while, the Moon Breeze couple started to walk in circles again. Their expressions also changed from heavy and serious to relaxed. Chu Yang walked to one side alone. He took off his shoes and stood barefoot on the snowy ground, wanting to try out this feeling. At first, he only felt a bone-chilling coldness coming up from below his feet. Chu Yang didn't expel this cold air. Instead, he circulated it along the path of the layered heavens divine technique. He didn't pay attention to the spiritual energy around him, but focused all his attention on the soles of his feet. Then, as he circulated his energy, after the coldness, he felt an itchy feeling on the soles of his feet. It was as if there was a trace of mellow and gentle aura coming up slowly from the soles of his feet. This aura had a very simple and honest feeling to it. It was as if there was an absolutely dependable person standing right beside him, a kind of peace and security. As this aura was absorbed into his body bit by bit, Chu Yang slowly felt an incomparable sense of security. His heart and soul were at peace. The speed of absorption also became faster. In an instant, he only felt that the ground beneath his feet was slowly expanding outwards, extending outwards. This feeling was extremely wonderful. Chu Yang was different from the Moon Breeze couple, because even though the Moon Breeze couple had comprehended the trick and use of absorbing earth qi at an extremely weak moment, they couldn't use their own cultivation after all. Thus, the absorption process was also slower. However, Chu Yang was in a perfect state in terms of energy, and spirit. As more and more of this mellow aura was absorbed into his body, it slowly formed a warm force. It merged into the layered heavens divine technique in his dantian. Chu Yang sensitively discovered that the layered heavens divine technique was being flipped open at this moment. It was as if a ball of still fog had suddenly rushed into cold air, churning violently. The sword spirit, who was in the middle of cultivating his divine soul, suddenly woke up with a start. He inexplicably looked at the rich earth energy rushing into Chu Yang's body and let out an incredulous cry. How can he comprehend earth energy now? Even though the conditions are already met, it's still too sudden. Chu Yang fell into a meditative state. After a long while, he suddenly felt a sense of danger. He opened his eyes and saw an old man in sackcloth standing at the entrance. His robe was wide and his face was ancient. He was looking inside with bright eyes. Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. He asked, "This is?" The Moon Breeze couple was still leisurely circling around, as if they didn't notice the old man's arrival. Or perhaps they did but didn't care and didn't take it to heart at all. Dong Wushang, Rui Budong, Emo Lei Emo Qinggu, Chu Lu and the others each occupied a corner of the courtyard and were cultivating. They also ignored the old man who suddenly came to visit. The old man smiled warmly and said, "My surname is Zhuge. I've been summoned by the Moon Breeze couple, and I've come specially." Chu Yang let out an "oh." Then he heard Yu Lingxue say, "Come in. What are you standing outside for?" Without looking at him, he took out a snow-white silk handkerchief from his bosom and walked over with a smile to wipe Feng Yuro's forehead. Feng Yuro smiled warmly and rolled her eyes at him. She said, "I'm not tired. You're making a joke out of yourself?" Yu Lingxue laughed and kept the silk handkerchief. He said, "Chu Yang, go get a few stools. We'll have a chat with our old friends in the courtyard." Chu Yang agreed. Then he and Dong Wushang brought 3 stools over and placed them in the courtyard. Yu Lingxue said dispassionately, "Sit." But he himself lifted his feet slowly and took off his boots. He walked barefoot in the snow, step by step crunching on the snow. He walked to the front of the stools and sat down comfortably. Then, he moved his feet and buried them in the snow. He shuddered contentedly and took a deep breath. This feeling is really comfortable. Seeing Zhuge Sangqiong staring at him in confusion, Yu Lingxue smiled and invited him. Sangqiang, you try it too. This feeling is pretty good. Zhuge Sangqiang smiled bitterly. Feng Yuro said angrily at the side, you're already so old, yet you're still like a child. What do you look like barefoot? What's more, you're injured and there's a distinguished guest here. Yu Lingxue chuckled and said, although I'm seriously injured, I can't forget my usual habits. Bathing my feet in the snow is a great joy in life. How can I give it up so easily? Zhuge Sangqiang looked over and indeed saw that Yu Lingxue's face was a little pale with an abnormal color of blood. Feng Yuro looked a little better than Yu Lingxue, but she was also a little pale. He thought to himself, that's right. The few of you have killed so many supreme martial artists. No one would believe that you didn't suffer from serious internal injuries. Yu Lingxue's injuries were more serious because he tried his best to protect Feng Yuro. This should be the reason why Feng Yuro's injuries were lighter. Yu Lingxue leaned against the back of the chair, his feet buried in the snow. He said to Zhuge Sangqiang calmly, Sangqiang, as you can see, Roer and I are seriously injured and can no longer use our cultivation. We can't go to your place, so we can only call you over to ask you something. Zhuge Sangqiang nodded and said with a smile, that's what I should do. I should be the one paying a visit to the two of you. How would I dare to trouble the two of you to go over personally? But he thought to himself, the two of you can't use your cultivation? If I believe this, how many pieces will I turn into scattered pieces here in the next moment? Yu Lingxue smiled and nodded. His expression gradually turned heavy. He said, I'll only ask you one thing. Zhuge Sangqiang said, please speak, elder. Previously, we went to Mount Xingyun to fight. Let's not talk about this matter for now. Yu Lingxue looked sharply at Zhuge Sangqiang and said, however, the juniors here were also attacked. My disciple was attacked and killed. Yu Lingxue's eyes turned into two sharp swords, looking at Zhuge Sangqiang's face. He said word by word, the one who attacked was a black-robed man. Moreover, he was an upper-grade supreme martial artist. What do you think of this? That person is detestable. Zhuge Sangqiang said without hesitation, an upper-grade supreme martial artist personally dealing with these juniors? He has no sense of shame at all. Yu Lingxue looked at him indifferently and said playfully, so, it wasn't you who did it? As he spoke, Feng Yuro's eyes also quietly focused on Zhuge Sangqiang's face. The couple just stared at Zhuge Sangqiang quietly like this. The atmosphere quietened down at once. Chapter 11:43. He only wants to kill me, not the innocent. Chu Yang said indifferently, who is innocent? Moreover, he clearly showed mercy when he attacked Qingwu and Qianqian. In the end, if Qianqian hadn't pounced on me at the critical moment, she wouldn't have been seriously injured at all. Super strong hands cover the sky. Qingwu has Ningbu behind her, Luer has Zi behind her, and Qianqian has all of you behind her. He knows everything about us. Chu Yang said slowly, if it were people from other clans, or people who don't belong to big clans, they would want to kill the three of them the most right now. Because after killing them, the first unlucky one would be the Zhuge clan. Because this is Tianji City, the territory and headquarters of the Zhuge clan. After he said this, everyone fell silent. Because the meaning of Chu Yang's words was already very obvious. Let me say a few words. Chu came out from the corner with an inexplicable coldness on her face. She said, I can't be sure that it's this person, but when he appeared just now, I felt very uncomfortable. Yu Lingxue and Feng Yuro nodded slowly and said, since that's the case from now on, let's not mention this matter anymore. He closed his eyes. When we recover, we will naturally have a plan. Chu Yang noticed that the direction Chu Lu came out from was the direction where Zhuge Changchang was imprisoned. Over there, Dong Wushang and Rue Butong had already fought to their heart's content. One had to admit that Rue Butong was indeed suppressing Dong Wushang this time. With the strength of a first-grade supreme martial artist, it was very easy to deal with a 7th-grade martial saint, even if it was a saber saint. However, Rue Butong had never felt relaxed before. It was only in this battle that he truly experienced Dong Wushang's ferocious and domineering nature. With the strength of a first-grade supreme martial artist, he was actually restrained by Dong Wushang. because he didn't dare to use all his strength, but also couldn't not use all his strength to deal with it. Using all his strength to attack and deal with the super biological empire. Obviously, these were two different things. He was forced by Dong Wushang to jump up and down like a big monkey. Within moments, he was drenched in sweat and repeatedly begging for mercy. Fourth brother, fourth brother, fourth brother, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please spare me. Dong Wushang was also shocked because he had already used all his strength. Who would have thought that Rui Badong would actually be able to withstand it? If it was a real battle, he would have lost long ago. And he was dead. Dong Wushang had been able to defeat 1 or 2 martial monarchs when he had been a 7th-grade saber emperor. When he was a 7th-grade saber sovereign, he could defeat a 1st-grade martial saint as long as he went all out. Now, he was a 7th-grade saber sage. In a situation where Rui Badong, a 1st-grade supreme martial artist, couldn't attack with all his might, he was actually having such a hard time. He watched as the two of them stopped. Rui Badong shrieked as if he had seen a ghost and fled in a sorry state. Dong Wushang's expression was grave. Yuling Xue seemed to know what Dong Wushang was thinking. Supremes were different. You will only be able to understand this difference once you become a supreme being. Dong Wushang pondered for a while before he replied solemnly, yes. At this moment, a scream that seemed to have been suppressed for a long time suddenly rang out. It was a miserable scream. It was so painful that it made one's hair stand on end. Zhuge Changchang. After this scream, it actually stopped abruptly. Immediately, there was a kind of oppressive feeling. It was as if this scream had been suppressed for a long time by the pain, but just as it was released, it was suppressed by the pain so much that it couldn't make a sound. Chu Yang's heart trembled. He went over at the same time as Dong Wushang and the others. At a glance, the two of them actually trembled all over. Zhuge Changchang's flesh and blood were almost all torn apart. All the tendons in his body had already bulged out of his body. They were knotted together. They were bulging and bursting apart. In his flesh and blood, they were almost transparent. His whole body had inadvertently curled up into a ball. Inadvertently, it was stretched even longer. Inadvertently, it was stretched into a grotesque shape. The romantic politics of rebirth. This kind of pain could no longer be described as being cut into pieces. The most miserable thing was that there was actually something else. On his body, his tendons and blood vessels were constantly bulging out. Once they bulged out, his flesh and blood would burst open. His flesh and blood would split open and blood would flow out. And that split open flesh and blood would instantly turn into a strange gray color. After turning gray, some small squirming worms would immediately grow on it. They would try their best to burrow into Zhuge Changchang's body. After burrowing in, they would stir in his flesh and devour his flesh and blood. And on the outside, they would immediately be covered with a layer of white maggots, wriggling and squirming. Zhuge Changchang opened his mouth wide, but he couldn't make a sound. He wasn't restrained in any way, but he couldn't make a single sound. He was completely controlled by the pain. The most horrifying thing was that his body was being destroyed over and over again. He was being tortured over and over again, but he was also being regenerated over and over again. The broken flesh and blood were being drilled into by those tiny worms, and then maggots came out. Then, they were actually being healed, and then, they were being torn open again. It was obvious that they didn't want him to die. They wanted him to live and bear this kind of punishment. Luer, Chu Yang shouted. What's the matter with you? Chu Luer answered and came over. She was actually very confused. What's the matter? Looking inside, she suddenly screamed and covered her eyes with both hands. She said in a panic, how did this happen? Dong Wushang and the others looked at Chu Luer as if they had seen a ghost. This state that was 100 times worse than hell was actually caused by Chu Luer? What kind of poison did you use? Chu Yang asked the online game priest Xiao. I hated him for hurting my father, so I poisoned him with a few kinds of poison. After that, I left. I didn't expect this to happen. Chu Luer's heart thumped wildly. She never expected that the few kinds of poisons she used would actually reach such a state. There was spirit-breaking powder, life and death pill, tendon-splitting powder, 10,000 years corpse poison, decay poison, and goo poison, myriad incarnation goo, and finally, innate poison. Chu Luer murmured, I used all those poisons that are said to be able to make one wish for death, together. Everyone was dumbfounded and felt a chill run down their spines. It was really her. Such a pure, cute, and shy little girl, who looked like a pure white flower, had personally created a hell on earth. Even Yu Lingxue and Feng Yuro, who had just walked over, shuddered. When they looked at Chu Luer again, it was as if they were looking at a monster or a demon. These poisons, where did you get them from?
Chu Yang asked with a crooked mouth and eyes.
I don't need to get them from anywhere. Chul said innocently, I only need to circulate my poison techniques and I can use any kind of poison I want. You know this. Oh my God. Chu Yang held his head with both hands. What kind of person have I personally taught? Oh my God. Let me kill him. Dong Wushang casually broke a tree branch and stabbed it into Zhuge Changchang's heart. Under such a heavy blow, Zhuge Changchang's heart instantly shattered into pieces. However, the pain in his body still continued. It's useless. Yu Lingxue was full of wariness. A portion of these poisons were imagined by Wu Jueqing back then. Wu Jueqing didn't have an innate poison body, so although he knew that these poisons could produce the latest chapter of Shin Nong's monstrous life, he couldn't do anything about it. However, he was powerless to do anything about it. These poisons were useless even if he died. Because, with that life and death pill, spirit-shattering powder, corpse poison, rotting poison, and myriad incarnation goo, even if a person dies, his soul will also be trapped in his body. He will continue to be tortured. Cold sweat broke out on Dong Wushang's head. There's actually such a thing. How tyrannical was this poison? The only thing that could be endured was death. However, under this poison, even death couldn't be avoided. Burn him completely. Even his bones will be burned to ashes, and he will be relieved of his pain. However, he will also disappear completely. Otherwise, even if only a large piece of his soul is left, he will continue to lie on top of it and suffer the pain of his soul shattering. Everyone stared blankly, dumbfounded. The culprit, Miss Chu Luer, even shrank into Chu Yang's arms like a quail. She covered her eyes with her hands, not even daring to look. Let me see. Let me see. An excited voice rang out. It was Wu Jueqing. At this moment, he was being carried forward by Meng Chaoran, his face full of cold sweat. His spine and pelvis, which had only now begun to heal slowly, were now moving. Now that he moved, the pain doubled. The broken bones of his spine and pelvis that had just started to heal started to intertwine again. This kind of pain was no different from an extreme punishment. However, he actually didn't care about the doubled pain and urged Meng Chaoran to carry him over. His face was full of cold sweat, and his whole body was in so much pain that sweat kept breaking out. However, he still had an excited look on his face. Meng Chaoran carried him forward and looked inside. This poison doctor from back then suddenly opened his mouth wide and his eyes wide. He was making noises, as if he was a mortal who had seen a deity. Oh my God! This poison doctor from back then opened his mouth wide and exclaimed, which deity made this great achievement? The Empire has once again started an all-out war. Such a mortal creation, such uncanny workmanship. This old man is really in awe. I'm sincerely convinced. Everyone shuddered again. They turned around and looked at this one of the tribulations back then, the poison master of the heavens now, with a strange look in their eyes. This is too great. Wu Jueqing was still in so much pain that he was sweating profusely. However, his body was actually twisting excitedly. Everyone's faces twitched. Big brother, don't you know that twisting like this will make all your previous efforts go to waste? Thinking about how Wu Jueqing was feeling now, everyone was sweating profusely. A person whose spine and pelvis were completely shattered was actually dancing and twisting his buttocks? What kind of feeling was this? You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.